¿Ya? Te la entiendes, Juan. Buenos días, buenos días. Hola a todos.
Hello and good morning and welcome to Telefónica Stand Mobile World Conference 2023. We're thrilled to see you after a few difficult years, as you know, as a result of the pandemic. This gathering was reduced and Telefónica has been supporting the industry, and we are thrilled to see you back in Mobile World Conference 23. This year, Telefónica and the GSMA are promoting the Open Gateway initiative in order to transform communication networks into digital platforms where developing new services becomes much more easy. And in this framework, Irene Cañizares and Juan Jose Rodriguez and myself, Juan Jose Cambeiro, we've been speaking about the 5G of the future, and more specifically 3 functionalities: the standalone, millimetrics, and network stabilizing. And we're going to be sharing real-life use cases. And my colleagues, I'm sure that the first demo you've seen is the live commercial network, which is up and running here in the conference. In Telefónica, as you might know, we have a large amount of innovation projects implemented with our customers, and all these pilot projects point at the same conclusion. Customers are looking for innovative 5G features. This is not over. We need to boost low latency and quality service. And we have 3 main functionalities: 5G SA, millimetric coverage, 25 or 26 rather, GHZs, and the live show that we're going to be seeing today. And customers keep asking, what is SA? What is a standalone? What do you call it this way? Well, it might seem difficult, but it's actually very easy. If you think about a telecommunication network as a 2-element item, on the one hand side, antennas with coverage, and at the center, intelligence, what we call the core of the network. This is a 5G network, coverage and intelligence. Now, what is SA about? Well, SA is non-standalone, which means a non-autonomous 5G network with 5G antennas levered into the 4G networks. So all this is matched with 4G. Why? Because today, those of you who have a 5G phone are always connected to 2 networks in order to work. This is transitory. In the future, I am sure you know that the 5G SA network will prevail, and both the radio and the core will be 100% 5G with a new intelligence will change our network. So now you know what SA is. And why is it important? What are the new functionalities of 5G SA? Many, a long list, and I'm going to talk about a few here. And the first has to do with more reliability and predictability. This doesn't mean that today's networks are not reliable. They are, but our customers are asking for predictability. So 1 millisecond of latency, and then 10, and then 2, and then 1. This is not predictable for certain industries. Certain industries need permanent latencies and broadbands, and granted, of course. And this is what SA brings along. This is one of the main features, the newest slicing, or rather network slicing. We're speaking about network lanes reserved for specific services. The aim is to ensure that the network has the necessary resources to ensure the well-functionment of critical resources, and this is what my colleagues are going to be talking about. Of course, there's the improved capability to connect millions of devices. The aim is to connect 1 million devices per square kilometer, and then there's something that goes unnoticed. Sometimes planning coverage in 5G SA will be much simpler. Today, for 5G to work properly, you need to have an amazing 4G and 5G coverage, and they need to be coordinated, whereas in 5G, we'll only focus on 5G, and we'll make the most of the largest coverage of the 700 megahertz coverage. And we're going to be speaking about live projects, because it's been now 2 years that we've been implementing projects with customers in SA and in slicing. For example, this is a 5G SA project with 700 MHz on a commercial network, because the SA is available in commercial networks with limited access until the terminals ecosystem matures. In this case, we launched a project with Balearia in order to provide boats with coverage in their routes from the peninsula to the Balearic Islands, so that the boats could pass on satellites. And for that, we have a lovely clip with our colleague Ángel Alves, who is in the backstage, and they're going to tell us more about it. Let's see the clip, please.
Está desarrollando junto con Telefónica un proyecto piloto en el que dota de cobertura 5G a su Fast Ferry Eleanor Roosevelt. Balearia apuesta por la innovación y la transformación digital como motor de evolución y crecimiento. Para la empresa, la conectividad es algo fundamental. Balearia dispone de 12 buques inteligentes cuya conectividad en tiempo real es necesaria para poder ofrecer a sus pasajeros una experiencia digital sin igual, y también permite a la naviera tomar decisiones mucho más ágiles y flexibles.
Hoy en día las comunicaciones a bordo se basan principalmente en tecnología satelital. Esta tecnología tiene algunos inconvenientes, como puede ser la alta latencia o el ancho de banda reducido. Adicionalmente, la cobertura terrestre desaparece generalmente a las pocas millas después de haber salido de puerto. La tecnología 5G nos permitirá mejorar globalmente las comunicaciones del buque. Esto quiere decir que podremos disponer mucho más rápido de la telemetría del barco, y el barco podrá disponer en tiempo real de todos los datos de tierra. Adicionalmente, nuestros pasajeros podrán minimizar la brecha de conectividad que sufren cuando hacen uso del transporte marítimo.
La solución de 5G Ship to Shore consiste en dar conectividad 5G desde la costa hacia el mar hasta una distancia de unos 100 kilómetros, proporcionando al barco comunicaciones de datos que pueden ser usadas para el telecontrol, la telediagnosis o para la comunicación de la infraestructura interna. En este proyecto hemos dotado de cobertura 5G a una de nuestras estaciones base situadas en la costa, que apunta directamente al mar. Y en el propio barco hemos situado unas antenas de alta ganancia para recibir esta señal 5G. Hemos usado una red 5G Standalone sobre la red pública. Hemos habilitado una funcionalidad específica para comunicaciones de larga distancia 5G denominada Extended Cell Range. Es uno de los primeros pilotos a nivel mundial que usa esta tecnología. Los beneficios para Balearia son varios, pero yo destacaría sobre todo la reducción de la latencia de las comunicaciones 5G frente al satélite y el ahorro que ello supone. La necesidad de comunicaciones costeras no para de crecer, desde barcos de pasajeros o mercancías hasta comunicaciones en barcos de rescate. Otro caso de uso son los USVs, los vehículos marinos no tripulados, los drones del mar.
Con la tecnología 5G se nos abre un abanico de posibilidades. La creación de un corredor marítimo 5G nos permitirá mejorar el servicio que ofrecemos en todas nuestras líneas, desde la península hasta Baleares, así como las líneas interinsulares.
Pues esto era un...
So this project was implemented in Denia, in the road between Denia and Ibiza. We really wanted to do the route with them, only Ángel was the lucky one. Another project, 5G SA 700 MH, private network in this case, with El Corte Inglés in the logistic hub in Valdemoro in the south of Madrid, one of the main retail companies in Spain. El Corte Inglés, as you can see, this device does packages picking, another trajectory is controlled by a human. And they wanted to use 5G to optimize the route between the collection of a package in order to save up to 20% in logistics. 700 mH in this environment is very useful because it's when coverage propagates poorly. A generalistic retailer sells all sorts of products, electric appliances, clothes, etc. So this 700 mH really helps adapting. Now millimetrics, which is very a la mode today, 26 GH. What do we have here? Telefónica is the only Spanish operator that has obtained a full 1 GH spectrum at the 26 GH auction. And the question is, why? Well, there's a very simple answer to that. We believe that all 5G sound strategies need a wide spectrum, and here is where millimetric plays a very important role. Our commitment in Telefónica is to boost a full 5G ecosystem, and of course this has an impact, which is that we'll be the first and only operator offering 5GH download speed and up to 1 gigabyte in uploading, which is very useful in industrial applications. And this bandwidth is very important. When we speak about gigabytes, unless we have a wide spectrum, it's going to be difficult to enjoy the service. You might have many gigabytes for one user, but if you have several users, so unless you have spectrum, nothing will work. Then uplink is very important. Mobile networks are asymmetrical. They are very much designed to download, but now we are in an IoT paradigm. That is, many devices uplinking information in order to take real-life decisions, and for that we need uplink capacity, and that means wide spectrum. If you want 1 gigabyte, you need 1 gigahertz. Low latency. Contrarily to what many people think, you don't need SA for low latency, you need millimetrics. SA provides stability to the low latency and capabilities such as slicing. Unless you have a spectrum, you cannot slice. You cannot slice saturated antennas, so you need some outstanding capacity to devote it to specific services and support to massive connections. Here we have a few examples from 2020. Here we launch millimetric coverage in a football stadium to uplink the video of the cameras for the information to be assessed by the AI, and then find the ball on the cameras and act in order to move the camera around, follow the ball, and choose the best camera for an automated TV realization. With El Corte Inglés, another low-latency project in which classifying machines, which are wired, got rid of the data cable and they were connected through wireless 5G, millimetric 5G. We've obtained a record 1.6 milliseconds in the radio linkage. It's top. Now in the Open, in the Golf Open 2 years ago, the VIP club in the club camp, they have a Wi-Fi network and the antenna is channeled through fiber, whereas we decided to channel it through a millimetric bonding system. And of course, here in La Fira, the Barcelona first deployment in Spain, Telefónica, in collaboration with Ericsson. And now the best of this presentation, network slicing. I am a technician, so I'm going to step down and turn on the cameras. And I'm going to hand it over to my colleagues. My name is Irene Cañizares, and I am an innovation expert here in Telefónica. In order to tell you more about network slicing. Network slicing is a technology that allows us to offer our customers flexible networks with granted quality network, which allows us to segment the network in several slices and implementing several network capabilities and services. In each layer, that is, this network segmentation happens end-to-end, from the radio to the transmission to the core. And for that, it is fundamental to use 5G standalone networks. At the end of the day, the easiest way to describe a network slicing system is understanding the network as a highway, and the slicing allows you to split the highway into lanes. And in each lane, we're going to be able to implement different data traffic capabilities. For example, you can use one lane for the wide bandwidth, what we call enhanced mobile broadband use cases, TV broadcasting, live broadcasting through 5G, mobility cameras like these ones here in the stand. This can be used by TV broadcasters like the national Spanish TV or regional TVs that require of a very wide broadband in order to ensure them service capability to uplink video and granted capabilities in uplink. It can be used also for the broadcasting of corporate events, like an example we're going to give you in a few minutes. There's another lane then for ultra slow latency, for robots and automated processes that require of very, very short latencies. Another lane is the high capacity lane, in which you are going to be connecting millions of devices by square meter for smart cities, agriculture, services, sensors for the industrial sector. Another slice is for communications between vehicles, between the vehicle and the infrastructure, or between the vehicle and pedestrians. You can even define slices for emergency services, and they will need ultra-low latency capabilities. What have we done in Telefónica? Well, we have upscaled the functionality to reality. We've done so with Melia. This is a groundbreaking use case on public 5G SA networks. This is the first use case outside Asia. So, in Melia, we've implemented this in Melia Serrana Hotel. We deployed a coverage which is similar to the one we have here, and we have implemented 2 network cases: network slicing and simultaneous translation. We're gonna ask Tomeu Fiol, who is the Director General for Technology. He was invited to attend the session, but unfortunately he couldn't make it, so he sent a video to tell us more about the project.
Rápidas y con baja latencia en nuestros hoteles es una primera necesidad tanto para nosotros como nuestros clientes. Tecnología 5G, así como las funcionalidades de network slicing, permiten ofrecer a nuestros clientes en un entorno seguro y fiable la máxima conectividad que requieren. Así hemos puesto en marcha 3 ideas innovadoras en nuestros hoteles. La primera es una app de traducción simultánea que, a través de 5G Edge Computing e inteligencia artificial, permite la traducción simultánea entre nuestros clientes y el staff del hotel.
¿Cómo puedo ayudarla? どうすれば彼女を助けることができますか？本日シングルルームの予約があります。
Tengo una reserva para una habitación individual hoy.
Por otra parte, deberíamos tomar en serio la seguridad. Por eso disponer de tecnologías 5G seguras y cifradas es un factor clave para nosotros. Adicionalmente, en el segmento MAIS, banquetes, bodas, eventos, nos permite ofrecer a nuestros clientes la posibilidad de hacer eventos bien híbridos a través de tecnologías como la realidad aumentada o bien puramente virtuales. Y el 5G y el network slicing nos permiten dar servicio a estos eventos asegurando la conectividad y una latencia adecuadas. En Melia sabemos que rodear de los mejores partners de negocio para conseguir nuestros objetivos es fundamental. En este sentido, Telefónica es el mejor partner tecnológico a nivel de comunicaciones con el que hemos podido trabajar. Colaborar con ellos en este proyecto pionero en Europa ha sido todo un éxito.
Muy bien, y ahora para que veáis.
And another use case, I hand it over to Juanjo to tell you more about it. My colleagues have already told you about SA, about network slicing, why is it used for, all the pros. All looks great, but here in Telefónica, we want to show that things work. We make things happen. And we don't do it in a lab or through an isolated private network. We want to show you how this works with the network we're using here. Here, if you are Movistar customers, of course, the network is 100% public, dependent on the FIRA. So the scenario is rather simple. As you can imagine, we are alone, right? Look at all these people around you connected to the antennas that are allowing us to obtain coverage. So in this scenario, network slicing has to have a functionality, right? Imagine a mobile wall conference or a football stadium with a bunch of users connected to the same antenna or the same cell. Now imagine a TV chain such as Movistar Plus, BBC, any TV broadcaster who wants to go live using network capabilities. So basically they want their cameras not to be connected to a satellite or fiber. They want the camera to move around the environment connected to existing devices. You can see the bags here, which are 5G bags or packages. So the camera can move around freely in the environment, in the scenario. So this bag, which is a video codificator, is connected to the camera. And and of course there's a little trick here. One is using one of the priority network slicing networks and the other one is not. Let's see what happens in this use case with many users connected to the network. And let's say that the camera man is using HD images, so they need 20 megabytes per second. 20 megabytes per second in a public network is extremely demanding. It's very tricky. In TV, of course, you need a super high quality. So here in Telefónica, we're gonna launch this test. I'm gonna ask my colleagues in the backstage to project, to launch the images of what is being seen here. So the decoders sending image to the cloud, to edge computing, where our realization regime is. So let me tell you a little bit more about what you are seeing here. Well, not yet, because they are now uplifting the video streams. Give me a second, because one of the cameras is not yet fully operational. Good.
Y la otra dando golpes y ya está.
Vale,
Es que no.
vale. Venga, pues vamos a ver qué ocurre cuando estamos teniendo unos problemas con...
So we are having a little bit of a problem with one of the streams, so we're going to be working on it. Here in the indicator, you can see that the uplink is between 15 and 20 megabytes per second. It should be 20, but it seems like this is not happening, so we are going to overload the cell. So for that, my colleague, my colleague Irene will upload all this content to the cell. We're going to overburden the cell. Irene, please. In downloading, it's going to be fine because we have a lot of extra capacity. The problem that we are experiencing here is in the uplink, right? So when pictures start being uplinked, we're going to see the systematic quality of the graph. Now we are uploading, uplinking, and now you'll see how the graph experiences a systematic drop, or at least this should be the case. See that the graph is falling, I guess. So if we're playing with a video flow of 20 megabytes per second, and all of a sudden it drops to 8 megabytes per second. The problem is that the image is pixelated, the image is frozen, and of course this cannot be accepted in a live broadcasting, and this is what limits the work of a cameraman or a camerawoman. So with the network slicing, this wouldn't happen because you can prioritize uplinking, and the graph is flat. The graph is always flat. Our apologies, because this is really not working. This camera is not working, and you have not been able to see the contrary effect. This is uplinking now. Can we try it again? Let me see if we can lift it up. My colleagues are trying to improve this problem. There's a significant drop here in the packages, and this is what should never happen in a live broadcasting. I think there will be time for you to see it afterwards. The camera is coming back. So let's wait for the camera to be flattened. And if we're lucky enough, now it's going to work. Next time it's going to work. Okay, as you can see here, the camera, the right-hand side, camera is uplinking 20 megabytes per second. When it gets to 20, it's going to flatten down. And if you look at the non-priority camera, well, it's not uplinking 20 megabytes per second. It's fluctuating, it's suffering. We're going to leave it like this for a few minutes or seconds. And now we are going to go through the process again. Irene, wait for it to be stabilized. And now this is stabilizing, and we're going to do the test again. So let's launch it again, and now you should be seeing the expected effect. Is it working? So in downloading, this is not affecting, but when the pictures start being uploaded, they will start competing one with another, and the camera has a resources limitation and will be 100% flat. Uplinking. Oh, this is, can you see this now? That one there is stable. This has had a little accident, pixelation. This is what should never happen in a live broadcasting. Whereas the other one is quite stable, and the video would not be pixelated, it would be 100% flat. Okay, so now you can see the effect. As you can see in the graph, the drop has been dramatic, and all resources have converged, and when the pictures end, it will recover and move on, because here if the network is very congested, of course we're in the MWC, so the network is super congested and the cell is overcharged or overburdened. Well, more or less it worked. Unfortunately, it was not perfect, but I hope you got an idea, and I believe we have a few minutes for questions in YouTube, in the room. Do you have any questions? We have a question here. The graphic card or SIM card. Well, you have the graphs here, the broadband graphs. So yeah, no questions online. What about in the room? Do you have any question here in the room? Don't be shy. So should there not be any further question, thanks for your attention, and I hope you got a general idea of what will happen when we can launch standalone 5G networks and we can slice the networks. Thank you. Hola a todos. Quedan 3 minutos para la siguiente ponencia. Si necesitan traducción, por favor, levanten la mano y se les facilitará un kit de traducción.
Hello to all. 3 minutes to go until the next presentation. If you need simultaneous translation, please raise your hand and a translation kit will be provided. Thank you.
Buenos días.
Good morning. Thank you very much for choosing us in this very intense day here at the MWC 23. For us, it's an immense pleasure that you have decided to allocate us a few minutes. My name is Agustin Cárdenas, and I am in charge of the Transformation Department. With me, one of the most well-known faces in Telefónica here at the MWC, Guillermo Bataller. And what we will try in this session is to tell you about a new space, something quite special that we are launching within the Innovation and Talent Hub here in Telefónica. For us, it's an opportunity, it's an amazing opportunity. The possibility of having a physical space in which to show why Telefónica is today the leader in the digital transformation of our customers, public administrations, companies, etc. I am a little bit worried because Guillermo, I asked you last summer, I asked you to implement a large project that should make us all feel proud. And do you think it is reasonable that today I'm going to be hearing about this project for the first time? Well, I know you like strong emotions. I know you trust me fully. And I thought, why not today? Why not today, while we are presenting Open Gateway with our president here of the GSMA, well, looking at your face while we present this new project. You like strong emotions, do you? No, honestly, I don't like strong emotions, and you are really running a risk here. Up to you. It is entirely up to you. Well, you told me that you wanted a singular venue, a singular place, a different space, a wow place, a place where Telefónica is represented, a place where when you leave you feel inspired, like the Superman of digital transformation. This is what you asked for. I know the briefing. I was in charge of briefing you, actually. So I'm going to click on this button and we'll see how the project is gaining, let's say, or becoming real. An impactful environment where you become the digital transformation leader. A phone box. What do you think about it? Have you heard of this concept, phone box? Now I know how old you are. What is this, Guillermo? A phone box? I remember phone box. Well, this really represents Telefónica. When I was a student, hacking a system was trying to recover your coin when you would call home. But I can't remember what's the relationship between this and what I asked you, what I mandated you with, and for which you have asked millions in resources. So what does this have to do? Well, you are the transformation director, and you know how super powerful digital transformation is. So if I add cloud, big data, IoT, 5G, AI, and even blockchain into the phone box, well, I urge you to come here before we apply the superpowers of digital transformation to the stand. So if you add all these superpowers, if you bundle them and you add them into an infrastructure, it becomes a super project. This is like a melting pot. This is not the impressive environment I ask you for. Do you think he's convinced? No, this is not what I asked for. Okay, he's not convinced. Well, we know that in the network, more than 60% of traffic is composed by video. So let me share a short clip with you and see how it feels. Let's incorporate a short clip here.
De nuestra arquitectura durante los últimos 100 años ya son parte de nuestro legado. Y en Telefónica hemos reinventado este concepto para hacer algo aún más grande. Porque si antes en las cabinas ocurría el milagro de la comunicación, ahora en esta ocurre el milagro de la digitalización. Bienvenidos al Hub de Innovación y Talento de Telefónica. Bienvenidos a La Cabina, el nuevo espacio de inspiración tecnológica de Telefónica. Un espacio donde ayudamos a nuestros clientes a transformar sus negocios con la mejor tecnología. Unimos la potencia de la mejor conectividad 5G indoor con el Edge Computing para enseñar casos de uso reales de digitalización de industrias, Internet de las cosas, blockchain, smart buildings, telepresencia holográfica y mucho más. Porque esta no es una cabina cualquiera. Esta cabina te transportará a más de 1.500 metros cuadrados de experiencias para acelerar tu negocio. Hay una nueva cabina en Telefónica que aún no conoces. La Cabina, espacio de inspiración tecnológica.
Bueno, pues la verdad es que ahora respiro.
So now let me tell you that I can breathe deep. It's a relief, so to say. So when we talked about creating a space that was further ahead, the information technologies, IoT and artificial intelligence, I truly expected a very open space, and this deployment, this massive deployment. So it fits with the idea I had. So will they be able to come visit it? Yes. I will give you some details in a minute. There are some things I would like to mention first. So when we create such a space with the briefing from Agustin, there were three things that were unnegotiable. After the pandemic and after the lockdown, we wanted it to be a space of fully native digital. So it is the largest space that can be visited in a remote way. Also, the second thing, that the technology was not divided in different niche. So I'm not showing your platform. You're going to experiment it, and together with all the rest of things. And also to have some spaces like this one here, and many others of co-working. Here, in the stand, we can see it in the demos. There are very innovative demos, and others in which innovation is what happened with the customers, like industry. So we have to link innovation with customers. So there are a lot of spaces here to generate co-working with startups, customers, and also the team of Telefónica, and they can work there and develop new demos. So when we talk about this space, I imagined it as a multi-platform space. So a place where there is multi-service and multi-solution technology accessible to the customers, the employees, the public administration, the startups, entrepreneurs that can test their technologies. This is what I thought. So I was very concerned because you wouldn't tell me and wouldn't give me details about this project. So I sent two people I trust a lot to do the first visit, the first route in the space. And these sports people who are very famous, and I got in touch with Catalina Martí and Teresa Perales, and I told them, well, I'm not trusting Guillermo. And they said, yeah, you're right, don't trust him. Why don't you go around and visit this space of innovation and talent hub and tell me what Guillermo is preparing for us, and this is what they told me. Hi, Teresa. So long no see. Well, how are you? I'm fine. How are you? I'm fine. I think that we are very close. You and me. I am inside the booth. So let's go together. We are going to see our virtual assistants called Aura. So what's the booth? The booth is a space where you can live and experiment the last developments in technology with real case uses, big data, 5G, cloud, artificial intelligence, security, smart cities, and holographic telepresence. So, well, I'm really looking forward to seeing what's going on. Here you have Spot, our pet. It has a router. Can I touch it? Is it stable? Yeah, you can push it if you want. Well, not that. So this is a space of education for schools, universities, and here you can see all the students. So we are in this space of industry of IoT, and these robots are programmed so that they can execute the things that were done by a person. For example, this device here, we have 2 cameras in the booth that will detect you, and it will tell you if there are any empty shelves, and we take pictures, and we have a system that makes an image of a real person. They can detect the age and the traits. So the images interpret what's going on, and then you can see us now. And if we put on this helmet, so it's telling you that you fulfill all the safety requirements. So now you can get in. Well, I think that they liked it, Guillermo. I can see you trust me, and I'm being ironic here. Well, I think that they liked it, and they visited a space with 5G, a standalone 5G radio in millimetric and average bands, and also the capability to have good guarantees thanks to slicing. So in reality, they've seen what's going to happen in the streets in our country in a few years' time. But not only communications, also the routes that will allow a customer to come and get deeper in their businesses in retail, education, smart cities, and so on and so forth. And I have seen all these things more or less. And well, let me share some figures. More than 2,000 square meters of integrated technology, integrated in the experience we offer to our visitors, and 300 million of pixels, well managed to make the experience very immersive. And also, as I said, we are going further ahead to test the technology that will be deployed in a few years. And this is starting to be what I expected. So if we put all the light capabilities of the booth in a sustainable way and we projected it upwards, it could be seen from a satellite. So going these 2 years further ahead means that all the demos here in Telefónica, from Telefónica, have been tested there before. and we've been able to do some real tests, and that's why I have peace of mind when I come to the mobile, because I know it's going to work. And during this process, we've had 750 people from different fields. It is a global project, a unique project in Telefónica. This is why it's called the Talent and Innovation Hub, with, as I said, more than 750 people working on this. And as you said, with the different fields, education, industry, more than 180 real cases that have been shown in the booth. So amazing figures, and having more than 180 cases is amazing, but this is just the beginning, I guess. If I visit the booth today and I come back in one month, am I going to see the same booth? No, it's going to be different, because, as I said, it's a co-working space, and a lot of people are going to work so that we have the latest development. It is a changing place. So, taking this into account, I would give you an okay. I would give you a tick in all the things we've done, but I think there is still many things to come. Yeah, I wanted to see this visit of our sportswomen. Yeah, I would like them to tell them. I would like them to tell me how it went. We don't have the audio. We are terribly sorry.
Y solo podría hacer yo. Si quieres probar, ponlo ahí y así te dejará entrar a ti. ¿Ves? No te deja. Qué bueno. La verdad es que ya te ves que hay muchísimas cosas que tenemos aquí de tecnología. Por ejemplo, aquí tenemos este robot que al final con latencia, 5G, con muy poca latencia, casi es mínima, ¿no? 5G, podemos evitar que la gente sufra cualquier tipo de peligro, porque él hace las rutas de seguridad, puede llegar a...
We are terribly sorry, but we don't receive the audio from the video. We cannot provide a translation.
Nos vemos. ¿Qué tal la experiencia?
Oye, me ha encantado, ¿eh?
Yo estoy alucinando.
Es que me encanta la tecnología y he disfrutado un montón.
Madre mía, cuánto avance. Sí. Yo me he quedado alucinando con la cabina, porque desde luego no sé hasta qué punto vamos a llegar en la tecnología. A mí me han metido he salido como un holograma. Yo creo que
yo te he visto en una pantalla, ¿sabes? Era muy divertido. Bueno, a mí yo primero te he visto a ti, nada más entrar, que ya has dicho, bueno, pero entonces está aquí Carolina. Y digo, a ver si luego me encuentro con ella. Hemos visto a Aura, hemos estado viendo un perrete que llamaban Spot. Luego he visto tu firme y he dicho, Spot,
sí, claro.
Pues yo diría que se lo han pasado.
So I would say that they really had a lot of fun, and I like it because I've seen that you have implemented what we said, that it had to be a building with domotics. I could see the lights, the managers, and all the elements that are controlled by our assistant, our Aura. So I think that we can start showcasing it to the world. And this is what we're going to do, right? Well, first of all, if you want more information, you can use this QR code and say what's inside the booth. But the first thing is to touch. And after the pandemic, seeing so many people and looking at each other's eyes is how we can convey the technology. So we are looking forward to seeing you in the booth. And if there are any questions, you stay here and I'm living... No, you stay too. So as I said, the integrated experience would be the visit to the hub. So you're proud of me, you trust me, yes, definitely. I have to go visit it first, though, Guillermo. So we have to go visit it, and we have to enjoy these voyage through technology and enjoy how these elements are going to change the activity processes of all the sectors in the economy. And I don't know if there are any questions around audience. Well, I have a few questions actually. Well, the Innovation and Talent Hub is in Madrid. It's not near here. Well, I am Jose Manuel from Europa Press, and I would like to know, tell me what's going to be the investment on the project, and then if you have started contacting partners and so on, and if you have an idea of how many visitors you are going to have until the end of the year. Well, I'm going to start with your last question. When we designed this project, we wanted it to have an activity of approximately 1,000 visits per year, administrations, companies, so 7,000, 10,000 people per year visiting it. It is a space that has different routes and also areas in which startups can meet with companies, and an agora to do some activities in an open forum. So it is a space where there are a lot of things going on simultaneously. So it's like a musical movie. So we first need to test it before we broadcast it. So we had to do some adjustments, but now we can showcase it to the audience. I think that we are going to have many more visits, but it is a project 100% from Telefónica. We didn't have consulting agencies or partners, so it is a project that since the beginning to the execution has been on the hands of Telefónica. So it's not easy to calculate the cost because we have the talent of the team working there. So to us, it is a project in which the transformation of the operator into a digital company is very important to us. And last year, in these changes of our benefits, we would say that telecommunications is more important than large accounts. So it is an investment area that will show to the world that we are the best partner and the best integrator in this transformation into digitalization. Any other questions? We have another question here. Laura Sacristan from Sataka. I wanted to know if you have already launched it, if you have already opened it actually, because you've tested it and you've had some visits, but is it open? Any company can go there and check the technologies you have there? Well, we have opened it today. We did the testing before, but today, if companies want to go visit it, they can do it. They can visit our booth. And how can you visit it? Well, we organize it through the commercial area and also institutional area and internally in Telefónica. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Well, if there are no more questions, we're going to start a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Well, thank you very much. And you are all invited to visit our booth. And this is how you will truly understand what makes us different. Thank you very much and see you in the booth. Thank you.
Hola a todos. Quedan 3 minutos para la siguiente ponencia. Si necesitan traducción, por favor, levanten la mano y se les facilitará un kit de traducción.
Hello to all. 3 minutes to go until the next presentation. If you need simultaneous translation, please raise your hand and a translation kit will be provided. Thank you.
Yo me quedo en este lado y tú te vas al otro, ¿no?
Yo me voy allí.
Él se queda en el centro, tú vas, quédate.
No sé si me voy a cambiar el mismo.
Muy buenos días.
Hi, and good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you. My name is Dario Cesena, and I'm the DG of Geprom and founder of the company. We are a small company, and a year ago we've been acquired by Telefónica Group. Today we'll briefly give you a hint about process digitalization by identifying, first and foremost, the situation in the industry today. How are we going to accelerate change? And we're going to be sharing 3 use cases from 3 sectors, Celsa, SEAT, and CE Automotive, with my colleagues from Entity Data, Pablo and Jesús Martín, who will give us an example about the intralogistics platform that they have deployed. Thanks to all of you for being here. So, what is the situation today in the industrial environment? As you know, the industry changes very rapidly, and the need to integrate technology is very important to gather data in real time. The scenario is quite complex. We've gone through COVID-19. As you know, COVID has provoked many difficult limitations, and as a result of that, we need to re-digitalize us in order to control our productive processes remotely in order to gain efficiencies. A lot has been said about the 4.0 industry. 4.0 industry is a new approach of doing things that integrates technology in our productive processes to try and become more productive, more efficient, and thus being much more competitive compared to our competitors, even if this sounds redundant. And all this in a sustainable manner. Technology has to be integrated with a sustainability approach. Why is that so? In order to accelerate change, we need to better understand what do our customers face in their production plants or in their factories. In the screen, you can see the typical scenario of many production processes. We have the plant manager, who is in charge of taking real-time decisions on productive processes. But it's difficult to take such decisions because there's a lack of information in real time. So processes are split one from another, like islands, and when it comes to gathering information, to combining information, it's like a little boat, right? You need to invest time and resources in collecting information that will allow you to take real-time decisions. And this situation, which applies to many customers in different sectors, has a solution. We need to understand how to respond to such scenarios. And the response is the control tower. The plant manager, takes decisions that affect directly the production process. In the automotive sector, a 1-minute stop in a line produces important economic losses. For example, between 10 and 12,000 euros per minute, because a cycle lasts for 1 minute. So the plant manager or the plant director need to take decisions in order to gain efficiency. And this is only possible by valuing data. Today, we do not produce only vehicles, but also information about the manufacturing process. So data will allow us to differentiate from our customers, from our competitors rather. Data become a key asset that will help us gain efficiency. How do we collect data in real time? Well, through sensors, through hardware, through machinery. So this environment will allow us to collect all the data in order to interconnect them, place them in order in our databases to try and understand and assess the information produced in the production process, be it logistics, quality, etc. And all the information that we assess and gather well, all this is then translated into a dashboard, into a report, into a multi-device report, so that decisions can be taken about where to vehiculate the production towards one production line or another. And this is similar to an airport's control tower, but in the manufacturing sector. All this is possible thanks to connectivity, infrastructure, platforms that gather all this information, and artificial intelligence that data are provided with through analytical processes, big data, etc., in order to give data an added value. How do we accelerate change, and what's necessary in factories, in the plants, to get there? Well, first of all, automated processes which produce data. Secondly, we need to digitize processes and interconnect them one with another for them to be accessible. So we need to overcome the insularity challenge that I told you about before, to interconnect processes. This will improve the precision level. This will optimize stocks management. This will allow us to automatically control the inputs and outputs from our warehouse, and this will allow us to monitor in real time the production flow. And this will also allow us to have an end-to-end traceability mechanism from planning to output. And with all this data and through advanced analytical models, we digest all the information to be more efficient and improve the operational margins by underlining and bearing in mind sustainability. This will allow us to accelerate change in the industrial sector in a sustainable manner. What is our vision here in Telefónica? Well, Telefónica is today considered a relevant player in the main core verticals, such as advising and technological advice. This is what we call the connectivity core that allows us to collect data, the infrastructure in edge, in cloud, migrations. Now, the industrial services such as IoT platforms, AGVs, integration, drones, and the last vertical, which is big data that gives sense and added value to the information we collect. As I said before, we are recognized as a key player in these verticals. Nonetheless, the industrial sector is highly atomized. There are many technological solutions, and as players in the sector, we need to offer our customers an end-to-end solution, which is almost impossible. So we are obliged to work in a collaborative mode with our partners, and this will allow us to offer as many solutions as needed. So thanks to the scale we have as a company, we have a very powerful partners ecosystem that contribute to offering solutions to our industrial customers, delivering on our core layers. Jesús, what is your take? Yeah, Dario, you're absolutely right. First, you have listed all the levers, technological levers, business levers, cybersecurity, and I would even dare saying that there's a breakthrough which lays not so much on the layers per se, but on how you combine them, which is a collaboration model. Telefónica and entity data have been putting the focus there. I believe we're going to be sharing different models, but let me start by saying that there are two possible approaches when it comes to overcoming such challenges. First, we need to understand that this is a very complex puzzle in which each party aims at maximizing its presence. There's another approach, which is putting the customer at the center and looking for the best way out. Sometimes the question mark is not a technological question mark, but rather a very simple question. How are we going to be capable as companies on the basis or on the grounds of our collaboration models to improve the performance of our customers? This is the end question we have to answer. And for that, well, my opinion is that in Telefónica, the collaboration model you are promoting is composed of three components. The first one is based on challenges. On a daily basis, you challenge us and we challenge you to develop a sustainable business model, which is always tricky. Secondly, our collaboration model needs an integrative and multi-sectorial approach. And thirdly, I would like to refer to demand generation, which I believe to be important because demand is what it is. The market is not mature in many ways, so we believe that the collaboration model we are pushing for has to contribute to boosting demand and keep it running. And this is, of course, imbricated in something that was raised yesterday by Mark and Chema, apification and all the models that promote industrialization. And this is our main obsession, how to industrialize and how to develop scalable models that can be implemented simultaneously. This is what we are going to be discussing about. Indeed, Jesus, I agree with you. We are extremely customer-oriented as a company, and this really helps me jump into the next topic. It is impossible to offer an end-to-end solution as a single company, and we need to better understand what are the pain points for our customers. And once we understand such pain points, we are going to develop a technological solution. We shall never start the process the other way around. We have to listen to the problem first. We have to understand the problem and then develop the technology that will help solve the problem in a top-down approach. In Telefónica, we have the course. We have a very powerful partners ecosystem, but this is one of the reasons why Telefónica strategically bets for industrial companies such as Geprom. Geprom contributes with an industrial know-how, an industrial language that helps us understand the customer's pain points. And once we understand such pain points, we can ground, thanks to our partners ecosystem, the solutions that you provide, and the core levers such as connectivity and infrastructure, and this helps us offer our customers an end-to-end solution. This is what we are going to share with you in the use cases. Let's start with the use cases. The first one is on planning, production, and processes optimization. This customer phase aimed at virtualizing the production processes through a digital twin in order to solve the following problem. Well, the company had all the necessary real-time information on their production process, but they were not capable of, through a digital solution, simulate a industrial process in order to gain efficiencies and detect potential disruptions. And this is why we have tried and improved the data collection in real-time processes, PVCs, layers, etc. We have unified the whole thing in our tool, Gateway, Digital Twin, and now we are using the tool to simulate different scenarios in order to foresee potential disruptions. Once we visualize the process, we identify the optimal scenarios and we implement them to real life. And this allows us to gain efficiency. This allows us also to test the changes introduced in the tool in order to lose production losses without having tested them priorly. And we have optimized the production parameters of certain machines so that we take a preventive approach. And as a result of that, we have reduced the planning timings dramatically, and we have improved the production capacity of the company, Celsa. I'm going to share a screenshot with you. It's much more visual, and it really helps understanding what I said. This is the tool that we have used in one of the simulations, the production chain for several machines. And what we see here is a simulation, right, that will allow us to start the production virtually and see how the production volume evolves. And of course, this allows us to modify the parameters of the different machines, and at certain or at different simulation speed, we can see what's going on in each machine, in each item, in order to predict a failure, like in the case of machine number 6, and optimize the parameters in order to solve the failure. Now, here's a short summary with the outcomes with some KPIs. This is exportable to any platform, Excel in this case, and this helps us prevent potential disruptions and the impact this has on KPIs, right? What is the impact in terms of KPIs of each simulation? And this really helps the planning team. This tool is very useful for planning teams, and it's standardized in several of their production plans. Now, we're going to be telling you a little bit more about another use case, SEAT, Volkswagen Group. You all know SEAT today. At SEAT, we are gathering information in more than 1,000 PLCs. We gather around 3.75 million registers an hour on different production processes, painting, multi-plant, both in Martorell plant and Zona Franca plant, and the aim is precisely to allow SEAT to better understand their processes, so that the control tower knows what's going on in all the processes, such as how many vehicles are being produced per hour in a specific line, and what consumption is a robot, let's say, demanding, or other variables. Here it's all about, I mean, we have installed our platform, our Legato platform that gathers information in real time through connectivity processes, both 5G and Wi-Fi. All the information of AGVs, more than 400 AGVs, multi-brand and multi-technology. They are guided both magnetically and through mapping, and this gathers X, Y, and Z coordinates, and we have AGVs. So to give you a more specific example, in the case of the in-house AGVs, well, in Martorell plant, AGVs are 300 meters wide and more of length. So for the maintenance team, it was very important to ensure the cycle time, right? All the items arrive just in time to consumption points, and we have to make sure that an AGV has not experienced any failure or is not experiencing a logistics interference, which would stop the production line because the items could not be sent to the consumption point. So what is the aim? The aim is to know in real time where each AGV is, what's happening, and what tools we need to solve any potential disruption. This is why real-time information allows us to obtain what we see here in the screen. A very user-friendly solution that gathers information from different AGVs with no hardware needs, and this allows us to understand where each AGV is. So the workers can move around the workshop and repair any disruption, and this has turned into a dramatic increase of OE and a sharp reduction in line disruptions. This covers the core proposal: connectivity, hosting and infrastructure, and the added value of counting on these dashboards in order to give an efficient response to AGV's maintenance teams. And all these screens and dashboards combine and converge in the control room, like if we were speaking about an airport's control tower, where decisions are made in real time thanks to all the information gathered. This is the control room of the Martorell workshop. I'm going to hand it over to my colleagues from FTT for more use cases of an intralogistics platform. Thank you. So one of the sectors that is being more affected by this new paradigm of the 4.0 industry and processes digitalization is the automotive industry, more specifically the components industry or the parts industry. This industry is very much subject to logistic flow tensions, and as a sector they need to be very efficient cost-wise because there is a lot of competition in the sector. So within the sector, and even more specifically in Spain, we have large parts companies, and there are many use cases that are very important and interesting rather. So the concept the use cases that we are seeing in this presentation, it's to be considered interesting because we are focusing on technology solutions, right? But it has to be understood that the human factor plays an important role. So the way to ensure the adoption of new technologies by workers with a traditional, let's say, approach is through specific humble use cases with very specific aims or targets. We need to have clear business aims such as gaining efficiency, improving flexibility, reducing costs in processes, etc. This is extremely important so that we can find new use cases in which to implement these new technologies. In the case of TIA, as you know, TIA is one of the main parts companies in Spain, and the challenge they faced was the following. After quite a long time using automation techniques, so in this case what they wanted to deal with was to improve the efficiency in the output mechanisms, or the output, let's say, of parts into end products. And in this case, as I said before, we have developed a solution between Telefónica and entity data. The proposal is this use case, the intralogistics platform. What is this platform about? Well, it's a very simple solution. Actually, it's a software that connects the different intermediaries that are part of the process. We have on the one hand side the line, the lines PLCs, the AGV, the robot that collects the parts once they are finalized. And then we have the RP and the plus in the plant. So these are the components that compose, or rather gather information, the necessary information in the process, and the habilitator so that they all interact efficiently is 5G, a private network that Telefónica has installed in the plant. So with all these components, what is the platform about? So the platform connects the AGV to the PLC and the RP, so that when the product gets to the end of the line, the AGV receives a command, collects the part, and places it in the relevant area in the warehouse with no human intervention. It's as simple as that. At the same time, and as I was telling you before, this is a way to prove that a process that traditionally has required of workforce, human workforce, and an update in the information as the process evolves, well, thanks to this platform and thanks to 5G, we now have automated the process. There's a short clip that better illustrates what I'm talking about. There we go.
Optimizar el proceso de final del
Optimizing the process. In the Automotive, after testing the platform in one of their production plants in Spain, we have certified the capabilities that will allow us to ensure an improvement in the automation processes and efficiency. What is the intralogistics platform? Well, the entity data solution integrates and orchestrates actions between different devices such as automatic vehicles and autonomous robots, sensors, and systems. This makes the processes management much more efficient, and it increases the safety and security of workers and teams. Amongst the main developments, we would like to underline the advanced programming of tasks in order to gain productivity in the intralogistics operations orchestration brain that coordinates simultaneous actions between different devices and robots in the plant. All this is monitored in real time from an intuitive and user-friendly interface, entity data.
Bueno, pues eso es la plataforma.
So this is the platform.
Concepto de industria 4.0 de industria avanzada.
So the concept, the 4.0 concept we are developing and on which we are working with different sectors. Well, for us, there are 3 different stages that companies need to go through before they get to digitize their production plan and thus gain efficiencies. So, as I said before, the capacity to automate a process and make it human-free. Very simple, very easy to use with no human intervention. This would be stage number one. Stage number two is to provide the system with a certain intelligence so that the system can learn, improve and take more complex decisions when there's a disruption. The third stage, the aim, the end goal, is what we call the hyper-automation stage, so that end systems or platforms of this sort working in one same ecosystem shall be capable of interacting one with another and work to reach a specific goal in a collaboration-based manner. This is what we are trying to launch into the market. Thank you. This is it from my side. Thank you, Pablo. A very illustrative clip indeed. Now, we are speaking about success stories. So, from your perspective, what do you believe to be the main benefits that our customers perceive as a result of this collaboration between entity, data, and Telefónica in such an automated environment that requires of this form of collaboration?
So in order to have benefits, first we need to talk about these turning points that in a way will help us to move forward. Maybe the first turning point would be to guarantee the flexibility that you mentioned in the beginning of your speech, because this flexibility is what's going to measure our success. And I'm talking about flexibility because we are not talking about just a change or a transformation. It's not just moving one good to point A to point B. We are changing the rationale. We are changing the paradigm. This is why we need to keep the flexibility. And secondly, the evolution of the conversation. And it's not the conversation we have between ourselves. It's the conversation we have with the CIE, with the big companies, with our customers. And it started, we talking with the CIE, the CBO, but now we are talking with the CFO, because then the question you are always asked is how much is going to cost? And then thirdly, how we can move from a digitalization of processes to a digitalization of businesses. So we are talking about an end-to-end, and from one end to another end, we are incorporating technology, a sectorial approach, but it's something else. How can we reinterpret the information? How can I maximize the use of artificial intelligence on this information? How can I use this information in this environment of augmented reality or virtual reality with digital twins, and how we can make all this interoperable, as Pablo mentioned, with different logistic premises and different production premises. All this complexity is that it's going to benefit the customer. The question would be, how can, if we are different, how different we are? And I think we can be different. First of all, because in the end, we look for a scalability and a trustability, and this is what we want. And this means incorporating third parties with SAP, for example, or with a platform that is a multi-purpose platform incorporating new providers and new suppliers that allows you to do this interoperability. This is the main benefit we can obtain and offer to our customers. Yes, I fully agree. And I like how you digitalize this business. when we are solving a factory problem, you are digitalizing a factory process, but you are giving an answer to a business problem that is going to be translated in the budget. It's going to be reflected in the budget, and then the CFO is going to ask which is the return of the investment, and we can apply this technology so that the return on the investment is reduced. No, the cost is reduced and the return is increased. So which are the next challenges in our collaboration as the one we are talking about, entity data and Telefónica? Next steps. Well, we have started the process and we have to keep the challenge alive. This is the only thing that makes us better and makes us focus on this business case. And we want it to be sustainable in time. So the key is not the particular case. The key is how we can industrialize and how we can escalate the models and apply them in a multi-sectorial approach and do it in an efficient way. And if we manage to do this, we are going to open up a space. I would like to conclude with something. We've been seeing it in the different use cases. I would like to underline the importance of collecting data on real time to make decisions that have an impact on our business. So we need to be aware in the industrial field is not only producing vehicles or metal bars or smartphones. We are also producing information and data, and these will allow us to be more competitive and more efficient. How we manage the data that we generate that will make us be better and differentiate from the competitors. So after the COVID pandemic, the supply chain was broken, the energy costs are increasing. So if we can reduce 1 or 2 points the bill, the energy bills, for example, in the way I manage the factory, if, for example, I can reduce the consumption of my production line when they are stopped. And we also mentioned in the use case, it's not only integrating technologies, how the people in the factory can make the most of the technology. And it is important to integrate technology and also the person using the technology. And this is what's gonna make, it's gonna drive the success. And if we haven't done a good training and re-skilling plans of the people who were used to produce in a specific way and now they have to use digital things, if we can do this, then the integration of technology is going to be better. And then the operator is going to use all these things. And this way we will be able to be more efficient. And so being more efficient, and also the people who use these tools and be more efficient. As we have 10 minutes left, if there are any questions, please don't be shy. And we'll be around, and if you have any questions, just approach us. So I don't think there are any questions. So, well, thank you very much. It's been a real pleasure.
Hola a todos. Quedan 3 minutos para la siguiente ponencia. Si necesitan traducción, por favor, levanten la mano y se les facilitará un kit de traducción.
Hello to all. 3 minutes to go until the next presentation. If you need simultaneous translation, please raise your hand and a translation kit will be provided. Thank you.
Ángel y los demás a continuación.
Esta es...
Hoy, entonces. ¿Pongo aquí en el principio?
Sí.
Sí.
Preferencia por... A mí déjame.
¿Sí?
Sí.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, ladies and gents. First of all, thank you very much for attending this session, and we hope that this session is going to be thought-provoking and interesting. We are here to talk about the fascinating world of drones and to show to what extent 5G is important in the industry. This session is split into parts. In the first one, myself and my colleague Ángel were part of the innovation team in Telefónica España. We're going to open doors and windows towards the future. We'll share groundbreaking and disruptive drones-related projects, and then we'll hand it over to our security team in Telefónica. They will tell us more about a project that has already been implemented here in Telefónica. We have a special guest, Jose Damián García, Director of Security of La Liga, the League. And we will now start with the first part of the session, the window to the future, with two groundbreaking projects. So as you know, Telefónica, in collaboration with the GSMA, announced the Open Gateway Initiative, which aims at turning communication platforms into digital platforms and offering APIs which are standardized in order to ensure that programmers and application developers have an easy access to using these network capabilities. I am 100% sure that many of these applications are going to be using these capacities in the drone industry to use 5G drones. And you might be thinking, what's the link between drones and 5G? If I have a drone with a remote control, why adding 5G to drones? Well, let me tell you in a minute. 5G capabilities are key for the future of drones. If you use a drone, you pilot it with your remote control and you can bring it to a distance of 150 meters maximum. But with 5G, if you connect the drone to 5G, the first benefit you will obtain is that thanks to low latency, you will be able to control the drone from kilometers away. You will be able to receive images of the piloting camera, and you will be able to pilot your drone from anywhere. Another capability that 5G offers, the high broadband, the amazing capacity it has to send data from the device into the network, from the drone into the computational center. And this, of course, is beneficial because compared to the situation today, this allows us to send high-resolution images in real time with no limitation. Other benefits of 5G, edge computing. Thanks to edge computing, we bring computing to the edge, and as a result of that, we further reduce latencies. Processing happens near where data is produced. So if we are carrying out an inspection with a drone, in real time we'll be able to recognize the images through AI in order to extract results in real time. We can extract conclusions. All this has already been tested in previous programs that we have launched here in Telefónica in the previous years, such as train infrastructure, supervision, sports events covering, or safety inspections in which if the drone detects the strange movements, so through the sending of images and through real-time analysis, we can spot the presence of undesired visitors or individuals. So these are the projects that we have implemented with 5G and edge computing. In this presentation, we'll tell you more about two new 5G-related capabilities that will be used in the future with drones, thanks to the use of drones. I believe my colleague Ángel has told you about the present of the drone industry, and now we want to speak about the future. Innovation is marked by two trends. One, the existence of drones in urban areas. This will be a reality once this is legal. Growth will be exponential. And the second main pattern is that cities will be more and more connected. They will become more and more smart, and they will be able to respond before unforeseen events. Let's say that in a city, in an unforeseen way, a demonstration starts. So the police can set up a restriction area. Once the demonstration is over, the drone disconnects and this limitation is cancelled, or the restriction is cancelled. So this is the concept of smart cities and connected cities, the one that we want to display in this presentation. So future will be marked by an exponential growth of drone flies in urban areas, which will be more and more connected. And for that, we will need to have a very reliable and safe traffic management system. And for that, three factors are key. One, communication from drone to drone. This is about drones interacting in real time, sharing their location and their trajectories to avoid collisions and to ensure coordination in flight. Two, communication between drones and road infrastructures with the device that we mentioned before, or with a mobile delivery point for, packages delivery. Also, communication between drones and police, so that police can know how many drones are flying around the area. And why not? In the near future, drones will be able to connect with other connected vehicles. So to make sure this happens, as Ángel mentioned, we need to lever on 5G and edge computing technologies, but we'll need two extra technologies. The first one is the technology of connected cars that will allow drones to communicate with its environment, and thirdly, a precise geolocation technology. Some missions that will be mandated to drones will require of precise location. Theaters, for example, placing a package into a spot. Now, connected vehicles, as you know, this technology is embedded in our mobile network, and this allows to provide the vehicle and the driver of a 360 vision that allows him or her to see beyond their field of vision and allows him or her to better understand what's going on in their environment, such as if, for example, there is a sliding pavement in 100 meters, and there are two interfaces, mobile interfaces and also direct communications between the vehicle and the road infrastructure. And this direct communication, this direct bond, is precisely what we are going to be talking about in the use case that we are about to share. Now, regarding connected vehicle technology from Telefónica, we have been working on this technology for quite a long time, so we have a great degree of knowledge. Back in 2018, we focused on smart cities, connecting vehicles with red lights. Then we jumped into smart roads, connecting information panels and tunnels into vehicles. Years after, we penetrated the industry, connected, for example, cranes or connected containers to improve the safety of harbor infrastructure. And this year we have embedded the technology into the drone industry. Everything we know is now embedded in our drones technology. Now I'm going to be talking about another 5G-based technology that has been implemented into drones, connected cars, yet another vehicle, drones too, precise positionment based on RTK technology. Let me tell you what RTK is. When we receive a GPS signal in our mobile phone. The positionment we receive has a margin of error of between 10 to 15 meters, which is not acceptable in drones flies. So what does RTK technology do? Why is positionment? Well, in the atmosphere, there's a certain distortion from satellite signals, and as a result of that, there is this 10 to 15 meters distortion. How can we solve this? By having a reference base station well positioned that transfers to other devices the relevant corrections so that they can correct the GPS positionment with reality through 5G, and this is how we can obtain a precise positionment so that when we fly a drone, we know exactly where it is, and when we land it, we have to know also where it has landed. And up to now, we have been speaking about the Siemens of the demo we have launched in collaboration with other stakeholders. So with this technology map, we visited our customer, Correos, the Post, which is a leading company in the area of drones. They have been working and exploring potentialities in their sector for the post sector, the transport sector. Of course, up to recently, Correos, the Post, was much more focused on drones capabilities, the charged battery, the basket to transport packages, etc. But Correos had not focused so much on communications. So in our meetings with Correos, they told us we have 4 main needs. The first one is that we want a communication network that allows us to fly drones beyond our field of vision. Our second need is that once the drone is up on the move, we need as much data as possible. The data coming from the video camera, location, telemetrics, etc. The third need, more than a need, is potential or willing to explore. They want to explore the mobile point of delivery or the mobile letterbox that users bring wherever they are, so that deliveries are more agile and handy for end users. And of course, if we have a mobile delivery point, which is some sort of carpet, we'll need precision, 100% of precision in order to deliver the package into the delivery point. So, and this is how we came up with a pilot in collaboration with Correos, the Post. And this pilot is a delivery system through drones, highly reliable and safe. Beyond Correos, the main partners that we have been working with are Gradient, the key reference technological partner that has helped us adapt the system, Ericsson and Genesis, and of course I have to say here that the project has been promoted by Red.G. Let me move on, and now I'm gonna introduce another important feature. This is the first drone, Max 300. Perhaps you had seen it before. I like the picture here, the one in the middle of the screen. In the picture we can see the drone, this model. It's much simpler than this one here in the room. I'm gonna tell you a little bit more about the electronics inside the drone and how it works. So this has 5G communications. And it also has inputs such as RTK connections. It corrects the GPS with a precision of 10 to 15 meters thanks to the corrections received via 5G. This other plate is the cellular V2X communication. This allows direct communication between drones and infrastructure through these two antennas. On top of the drone, as you can see, this has been tuned with 5G, vehicular communications, RTK, etc. An important element here is that it's the first time that this is used in drones, the cellular RTX communications, which were designed for vehicles. It's the first time that they are used in a real use case on a drone. We are the first one to do it. And this year, the model has been presented in our facilities in Telefónica in Madrid. And let me see if this works. Can we see the clip? Yeah, there we go. So this same electronics is the one that is implemented in the infrastructure and in ground communications, in the crane, as Leticia mentioned. Not the crane, the beacon, sorry, or the balise. And then what we're going to be telling you about in a very simple scheme is a little bit more about how all these technologies have been deployed. We thought that the drone had to be equipped with the package delivery point. Drones would fly in a direct line, right, if they have the location. Well, in this case, we need to remember that drones and delivery points are located very precisely, so the drone flies, and now we want it to cross pathways with another drone. Now, the intelligence that they carry allow the drones to interact, to identify themselves, to know the distance one from another, so that when they get closer, one stops and the other moves on without having to perform any operation. Our drone keeps flying towards the mobile delivery point, and it finds a beacon, which means that there's a restricted area. That means that the drone cannot fly through that restricted area. And what does a drone do autonomously? The drone stops and bypasses the restricted area without having to perform any operation manually. Last but not least, the drone gets to its final destination and is about to land. And as you can see, this drone is rather big, so we decided to install a large delivery point. The drone lands on it in a very precise manner. And this is how you deliver a package through a drone. Of course, we have a traffic control platform. A platform, at the end of the day, is a mere dashboard with the different missions that drones have, with a georeference of drones and beacons. And this is the important side, communications that are, let's say, exchange between drones and the road. Now, not to take too much time, we're gonna launch a clip with real images of the tests that we performed in Madrid, in Distrito Telefónica, so that you can see how drones fly and how the use case was implemented, how the drone bypasses the restricted area, etc. And of course, all the needs that Correos enumerated in the framework of this project have been solved. Correos are happy, we have covered their needs, and once again, we come to the conclusion that 5G is the key communications platform for drone flights, and also to obtain as much data as needed. We have also explored the mobile delivery point. Here the drone is bypassing the restricted area. No. Oh, what's happening here? This is the delivery point, the mobile delivery point, the mailbox. The precise landing has a certain margin of error of between 10 to 15 centimeters for the time being. And as I was telling you before, this mobile delivery point, beyond we're exploring the concept, and at the same time we have integrated it as one more element of connected cities, of smart cities. This is a use case in which we wanted to test technology. It can be replicated in other sectors, and we have reached the conclusion that cellular RTX communication is a standard for drone-to-drone communication. Again, this is yet another 5G use case in the drone market. Now another use case, Sale GP. Briefly, please, because we're running out of time. Yeah, I will try to be as brief as possible. Another use case that we have been working on from the innovation department, based on covering with drones that broadcast a sports event such as the Sale GP. Sale GP is a boat race, the most important one. These boats sail up to 100 miles an hour. So this is a very innovative competition based on technology, so it really matches our innovation principles. And yet another important thing, we wanted to cover it through drones. We wanted to provide TV signal through drone technology in an environment where things are tricky. Why? Because there are 4,000 participants beyond the boats. There are 40,000 participants or visitors. Why drones? Because look, in TV I see images of Sale GP. Yeah, but they are recorded with this helicopter, and this doesn't really match what they look for, right? Because in the near future they want to have electric drones, they want to reduce CO2 emissions. We have 3 viewpoints. Drones allow us to get much closer. They do not produce turbulence around the boats, etc. So we said, why not covering this event with 3 drones? You can keep using your helicopter, but we will try and cover it by using drones only. And now Leticia is going to tell you more about how we did it, technically speaking. So, as you can see here, we have a video encoder on board, which is a professional encoder. As you can see in the bottom image, this encoder is connected to the reporter's cameras, and images are broadcasted through 5G. So the same encoder, which is 1 hand big, was embarked into the drone, or embedded into the drone. As you can see, the drone is equipped with special optics, and so again we embarked it, and we wanted to carry out the recording of the sports competition, and the video encoder is equipped with a 5G SIM card that sends video through our network, 5G network. I will tell you more about the details of this 5G network. So this is sent to an edge computing network where the traditional realization track is sent to the edge, so that in real time they can compose a signal and broadcast it live. This is an image of the competition day. As Ángel said, the objective of Sale GP was to look for alternative broadcasting mechanisms which are more sustainable, and the aim in Telefónica was to provide the event with coverage. We want to ensure that the drones could broadcast video with a certain, as you know, Sale GP is a spectacular competition with 40,000 visitors, with many private boats sailing, so it's a massive event. Yet we need to ensure the streaming service through our drones. And how is this, let's say, done? First, we have deployed a mobile unit, the first mobile unit, the first 5G standalone mobile unit. We reinforced coverage in the area. Antennas were oriented towards the sea to cover the whole event, and we implemented a network slicing into the mobile antennas. Let's remember that network slicing means that, well, it's a new capability of a standalone 5G network that adjusts to massification and saturation conditions, because from the same very physical infrastructure, several virtual networks are split. There are 2 slices, one for the general audience and the other one for the critical service of broadcasting service, that would be, so that if there's no congestion, any user can use any slice resources, but whenever congestion starts, only the broadcasting service circulates through the slide to which we have invested the specific resources, network resources, and this is how we granted this critical resource. Amazing. So let me conclude briefly, because now we have to hand it over to our colleagues. Now, I would like to tell you that in the framework of this process, we have used 3 different drones to cover the sailing competition. A Matrix 300, very versatile, and it was also used to install a 5G transmitter. So we had quite a lot of autonomy, and now it seems like, well, what happens when boats reach 100% or 100 kilometers an hour? We use this other drone here, and this drone, let's say, is tailor-made with a professional camera, and behind we have our 4G coder, and here we can even reach 100 kilometers an hour, so that we can, of course, go as quick as boats during the race. Can we perhaps see this clip that the drone is broadcasting? No, it doesn't seem it's gonna happen now. Okay, well. So as you can see here, we have video in a Sail GP environment. Sail GP with millions of people, and we have real-time images, and in this case we have network slicing capability, so the clip works perfectly even if there's traffic congestion. Last but not least, let me see, this is falling apart here. So these drones, how are they piloted? Well, then the image is received here, and it is piloted with a remote control so that you have a vision. So now we are going to hand it over to our colleagues. This is it from the Innovation Department.
Bueno, Ángel, Leticia, muchas gracias por asomarnos a la...
Thank you, Leticia. Thank you for showing us how the future of drones is going to be. The images are really surprising. A great job. It is a passionate world, the world of drones. So we have seen the near future of drones, but some might wonder, what can we do right now? What's the present of drones? So first of all, I wanted to give you a context of how Telefónica started working on this. So 2 years ago, we started being an operator of drones, and in the Mobile World Congress in June 2021, we started to show you some solutions linked to security in which we were using drones. So we started to combine these drones technology with the 5G technology, as you can see here, and then we wanted to pilot the drones in a very autonomous way, making the most of communications, the advantages of drones, because drones are not toys. They are our technology that incorporates sensors and will allow us to be more efficient with the resources in order to make different missions and operations. So in the last edition of the Mobile World Congress, we launched a round of security from this computer, this same computer, in our headquarters in Distrito Telefónica in Madrid. And then we could see the images on real time of this operation. And this year, the challenge was a little bit different. So, as I said, we work in security field, and with drones are used. We have a saving of resources. and also the costs and reduction of response time. But they also mean a risk, and we can see that in the war in Ukraine and for the economy, for the infrastructure as well. So from Telefónica, in our department, we have presented a complete system, and this includes this platform of fleets of drones. We can integrate any type of drones or UGVs. Any hardware that is controlled by a computer can be integrated, and then we can do operations with them. So when we use this technology in the wrong way, we also have a platform, and we can neutralize these different emergencies that are used wrongly. So also through a remote or a fixed remote control center. Remote or fixed control center. So we have a number of services that, based on communication, can be customized depending on the type of drone we want to use or the neutralization that we want to do. So as for the use cases that we are using, and they are the present, is this project. In our headquarters, we are doing the security rounds in an automatic way. We can pilot the drones through predefined routes, and we can verify incidents that we have positioned, and we can pilot them manually following some points. And the STAR project that we want to show you today is the project that we have developed with the professional league, La Liga, and it is a very exciting project. We have installed some sensors, and Lorena Senador is Damián García. They are going to share with us the details of this project. Well, thank you, Miguel, and welcome, Jose. Thank you for being here with us to talk about this strategic project for Telefónica in 2022. To start, just a brief biography of Jose Damián García. He is Director of Integrity and Security in La Liga. He has a certificate in criminology in the university, and he also has a PhD in social welfare. He is certified as a fraud inspector. And he is also linked to the field of security with the different functions in the management of security in services companies, consulting agencies, distribution companies, and telecommunications. And he has received many awards. The White Cross in the Police Merit, and many more. Well, thank you very much. You made me feel older when I see all these things and I hear all these things. But I'm very happy that Telefónica has invited us to explain how it's going to happen, and the meaning of this project to us and for the clubs in La Liga. Well, so we are going to start with some brief questions so that everybody knows what's the project. First of all, could you tell us the importance of the use of detection and inhibition drones sensors in the stadiums of La Liga? Well, the football environment is well known by all of us, and we have lived it since we were children, but it means, it appeals, so to say, both internationally and nationally, the high-level competition a challenge in security. Just to give you a figure, the average of one day in La Liga, the attendees are of approximately 400,000 attendees in all the different sessions of La Liga. And what does this mean? This means that we have thousands of supporters filling the stadiums, and a drone is not a threat. The threat is that it's very easy to purchase a drone and to manipulate a drone. So this means that this poses risk. So someone might or want to use the drones wrongly, or maybe because they don't know how to use it. And this can pose a risk as well. I suppose you all remember all the incidents that happened in the interruption of air traffic, in which all actions were paralyzed in the different airports. And in a specific moment, well, imagine what could happen if a drone falls in a stadium in a moment where it is full with attendees, with supporters. It's been a concern to us for a long time, because we want to protect the supporters, the people attending the matches. And it is one of the main concerns, and we wanted to give an answer to this concern, to address this concern, so that these attendees are safe inside the stadiums and also in the surrounding area. So could you tell us how these systems work? Well, I cannot add a lot because you are the experts. So we have a detection system that you have explained. We have an identification system and a blocking system, deactivating system. And this is similar to the systems that you might find in the market. So what makes us different from the perspective of La Liga? Well, first of all, the intention, because we want this to be a global thing. And also some initiatives that were promoted, but this initiative is truly global with a lot of commitment, and the League has been innovative. And what makes us different vis-a-vis other systems is the partner that we have chosen. In this case, it's Telefónica. And then the technical requirements that we might have are different to the technical requirements that exist already in the market. Now, focusing on the legislation, because we see that technology goes further ahead than the regulation. So what's the impact of the use of the systems in the stadiums for the abiding by of all the regulatory framework? Well, it is very regulated as for the security and how you must act, but now it is focused on what happens inside the stadiums, the entry points, the access points. But drones are not focusing in such a precise way. And this means that independently of what the legislation says, in sports events, our main concern has been to abide by the regulation that is applied in the data protection and also in security. And the only way to do that is to go hand in hand with the ministry and the secretary, so that we do not have any doubts. It's not making things wrong, it's just to have doubts about things. So you mentioned the secretary of the ministry, and the police forces are the ones that can inhibit drones in stadiums, in football stadiums. You have also signed a partnership agreement with the ministry, and you've been pioneers in this type of agreements with the ministry. Can you give us more details and the role of the different functions of the Ministry of the Interior? Well, we were sure that we wanted to establish an agreement about the security of the stadiums in La Liga and for their supporters. And it is a common goal. And the public operators, the Ministry of the Interior, that is the one that has to protect the citizens. So we established a partnership, and we are pioneers, and the participation between private society and then the Ministry of Home Affairs, and which is public. So we defined these different common elements, and then a number of commitments and some obligations. And as for the perspective of La Liga, we were committed. We wanted to establish a anti-drone system for the stadiums. We wanted to deploy it. We wanted to keep it active and functioning, and also to provide the private police bodies the training that they needed. So the Ministry of Home Affairs, established their commitment to apply all the processes that have to be done in order to do these operations of detection, identification, and blocking of the device. So I think that everything is very well defined, and as I said, is a great example of public-private partnership. The last question. We are here in the Telefónica booth. Why did you choose Telefónica to implement this solution in your stadiums? Well, I'm very happy that you asked this question. We were talking about this. I'm a very skeptical person when talking about technology, and I have to be honest, because when a product, a technology is being developed, well, you have to make decisions. You have to make decisions about your partner when you need to apply a technological solution. So we made a search of the product we wanted to implement that covered our needs, and we made some tests in collaboration with the Ministry of Home Affairs, and doing some simulations of different risk scenarios and using different drone suppliers, different brands, different models, and the Telefónica one is the one that was outstanding, and we could identify the distance of more than 10 kilometers when detecting an unmanned vehicle, and also the blocking at a distance of 1.5 kilometers that gives us an important threshold. And I wanted to underline, and I forgot to say it before, that the one who decides when to block it is the police bodies. It's not the club, the La Liga club, it's not the private security body, it is the national public police bodies. And as for your question, well, it gives you some peace of mind when solving a specific problem and giving a continuity to a project. This is the most important thing. And I think it's important to give a continuity, and this is what we needed. Well, as we like challenges very much, we are going to show live how this system works. We are going to connect with Sevilla. Miguel?
Se me escucha a mí, estoy.
Las cosas del directo, disculpad.
Sorry for this. I wanted to thank La Liga and Sevilla Football Club and the Ministry of the Home Affairs to allow us to show this project, because it was a technological challenge for all of us. So we have our colleagues in real time of a drone that we have in the stadium that is going to fly in a minute. And we are detecting in our platform, and we are detecting something. And while this is what would happen during a sports event, so we would have the sensors distributed all over the field that would allow us to have a extensive vision and no blind spots, and then to detect the position of the pilot, and then the home of the drone. I don't know if you can start a flight now. We can see it moving. We are going to see spectacular images of Sevilla's stadium. It is connected through a 5G case, and you will be able to see how the drone is positioned, and it shows the position in real time. And as you've seen, it has detected a second drone that is in the surrounding area, and we are going to see how it's moving in the area close to the stadium. As I said, real time. Real time. And a communication with the pilot, the drone and the pilot. And we can see how the drones are acting, and we can identify the threat because it's approaching. And then the user can neutralize it. And then the other drone fully controlled by the system. Then we can create these areas with special surveillance approaches, and then the alarms that can be triggered. And then it allows us, if we have our own fleet of drones, we can identify it as a friendly drone, and the alarms are not going to be triggered when these drones are flying. It looks complicated, but visually it's really easy and simple. And well, that's all with these amazing views of Sevilla's football club stadium. Thank you very much, Miguel. Thank you very much, Jose, for being here with us and sharing the experience of the project. And as you can see, the 5G and these detection innovation systems are the present and the future of security. See you next year.
Hola a todos. Quedan 3 minutos para la siguiente ponencia. Si necesitan traducción, por favor, levanten la mano y se les facilitará un kit de traducción.
Hello to all. 3 minutes to go until the next presentation. If you need simultaneous translation, please raise your hand and a translation kit will be provided. Thank you.
Nos sentamos, creo.
Sí. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Es un placer estar hoy aquí con vosotros para...
Well, good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here to talk about the remote digital twin, a collaboration with Google Analysis. I have here Vanessa Montoya Grifalo, expert in innovation in Telefónica Spain, Ignacio Verona, telco partner, engineer in Google Cloud. My name is Alejandro Alonso, expert in innovation in Telefónica Spain, and we are going to talk about these 3 points. I'm going to start talking how 5G, cloud, and robotics are 3 technologies that fit very well in order to face the future, making them more efficient for our customers. And then Nacho is going to talk about how the cloud is an essential element to give intelligence to connectivity, in this case, in this use of remote rounds and inspections. And then Vanessa is going to give us a demo on real time, showing you that technology is now. The future is now. This is a reality. And before we continue with the presentation in line with innovation, I'd like to underline that Telefónica and GSMA are launching the Open Gateway initiative, in which we transform our networks and platforms, so we are able to expose these capabilities to third parties through a standardized API. So we encourage you to go to our corner of our booth so that you understand this case use and this technological paradigm. Following with the presentation, we wanted to give you a cross-section perspective of this technology. It is this diagram you can see at the top of the presentation. Starting with the left, we can see this industrial remote environment where the security is crucial and sometimes it is difficult to access them. What is our focus is to focus on these robotics in order to use sensors. For example, we have Spot in Boston Dynamics. So we put sensors on the robot, unblocking the concept of sensors that can be moved thanks to this robot. Robot is a mobile platform. So we are sensorizing with this point cloud in order to make the environment in a volumetric and 3D way. So we give a camera to this robot to spot that captures the environment of this industrial environment, and then we give spot a connectivity, a 5G router that gives us this connectivity with instantaneous answers, and this gives access to the cloud and mobility. This flow of video and this leader cloud gets to this blue cloud where different applicatives are developed. The white ones are the ones that give mobility and intelligence to the robot. In this case, we have this autonomous route, so we give the order to the robot to move in a specific route to do a supervision of the environment, and then on the other hand, we have the remote control. So as an operator, I can control the robot, making my eyes in this environment, but from a remote position. So they give mobility to the robot thanks to the capabilities of 5G and cloud, immediate response and broadband. And over these capabilities that give mobility, we have three applicatives, the blue ones. The first one is leader, that would receive these points cloud on real time and would recreate in 3D the remote environment. And then the second one, the digital twin, would texturize and give virtual reality, this hyper-realistic environment, to these clouds that we have captured, that we have built thanks to the first block, leader. And then we would have the computer vision. This technology is based on Vertex in the Google Cloud Platform, receiving the flow of the camera on real time and would extract insights on real time. For example, an intruder is here, there's someone lying on the floor, or there is something that we don't know. So if we move to the right, we can see the operations and control center, and we have a headset of virtual reality to get into this environment. They could supervise the remote environment because the robot is capturing all these alerts, and these alerts are recreated in the control center, and also it can be controlled in a remote way so that the robot moves around, so that my senses are there. So it's a number of technologies that fit in order to give our clients new technologies and new services. But what type of customers? Everything is cross-section. So if you think of any type of customer, robotics, cloud, and 5G, we're going to focus on the industry, on industrial clients, because this specific case is valid for gas companies, petrol companies, energy companies, nuclear plants, agricultural companies, wood companies, manufacturing companies, logistics, automotive ones, food industries, and also defense and security. But which are the final capabilities that our customers would use using this technology? Well, first of all, this white boxes to the right, remote inspections and perimeter security. I have an environment that I want to supervise, and I want to see if there are any intruders, if there are any leaks, if there is a suspicious element or someone who is injured. So this capability can be applied to any of these sectors in defense and security. Then the second capability would be the inventorying site documentation. Using these autonomous routes, I can know if there are containers, the type of containers, the type of goods. If I am in a logistic premise, then how can I identify the different goods and boxes? And also, if we use an RP, I can do an early detection that of a box that is misplaced thanks to the robotics, doing this inspection rounds on real time, and also the connectivity, the 5G connectivity. And then finally, we would have the 3D scan mapping and recreation of the environment on real time, very precise. It will allow me to know if there are any cracks or if anything might collapse, or if the mining works or whatever is giving full access, secure access to the operators. It could feed a BIM. It is a modeling that gives you a follow-up of the construction works, civil works, or mining, for example, in order to feed this follow-up of the construction works. So once we have understood all the capabilities, I would like to focus on this blue cloud, and I'm give the floor to Nacho. Well, thank you very much, Alex. Thank you, Telefónica, for giving us the possibility to present all the things we've done. I just wanted to show you 3 blocks that are the ones that we could underline from this proposal that we are sharing today. First of all, we need to think about the infrastructure, the where. From Google Cloud, we have the capability to deploy these telco clouds that can be in the cloud, in a region, and also in other situations in which we can get closer to the user. I think it is very important, this capability to deploy computing and different applications in a homogeneous environment in which we are going to download this application with reduction of costs and improving the simplicity. And then a fundamental thing is the machine learning. We have machine learning, artificial intelligence, all integrated in our products. You are using them every day. And these are tools that help us to simplify our lives in the past and now. And also these technologies can be executed in the cloud, and also we can execute it on-prem, depending on the latency that we need. So we are executing everything on cloud. All the inference and all the models of artificial intelligence are being fully executed on the cloud. The device that we are using can be less powerful. It can be a device in which we control the movement that we need, but all the processing is done on cloud. So we are saving and less loads that we have to control in a dangerous place. Like, for example, where with Spot, the robot works, and also something that is fundamental, sustainability. When we move to the cloud, why we do that? Well, one is because we want to be scalable and we want to make our applications grow to simplify the deployment model, and also because we are centralizing our computing systems. We are more sustainable. The energy is used in an optimized way because we have bigger data centers instead of having small data centers. And sustainability is fundamental. From Google Cloud, we have the commitment to be carbon neutral by 2030, and it is something that is important when we talk about cloud. And the reason why we are going towards the cloud, because we want to achieve a better world. As for the technological perspective, what are we doing in this demo, and which are the different stages you're going to see in the demo? Well, first of all, we have this scene processing. As Alex said, comes from the information that we have collected in LIDAR, making this points cloud in order to reconstruct our 3D scenario. And we are doing this with computing capabilities and to optimize the process using GPUs, and it's done on real time, and then everything is generated on the cloud. The second stage would be to train the model so that we can recognize the threat. We need to be able to recognize a person who has an accident, someone who is not wearing a vest or a security vest or a security helmet. So we have to train a personalized model. And in this case, it's AutoML, using artificial intelligence and using these data sets that we have tagged. So this is someone who fell on the floor. This is radioactive material, approximately 9,000 images in total. And we have trained this model. We just uploaded these images, and then AutoML created a model in order to make an inference about these different tags that we have created. And it is important to underline that we have done this without knowing artificial intelligence. We have just tagged the data set. It trains, and with less than 3 hours, we have this trained model. It can evolve, because the Spot is going to keep on detecting new things, and we can retrain the model. So it is very important, the use of GPUs, because the training of the model is going to be faster. We can parallelize these operations. So we get to the next point. The Spot is already deployed with the connectivity capabilities, and now we can do an inference. And when Spot is moving on in situ, it can detect the object. And we are doing everything in the cloud. Nothing is done in Spot. So we are using the Vertex AI vision, and everything related to AI is in Vertex. And the main difference in Vertex AI vision is that it's fully as a service. So we just do the feed with the cameras. In this case, we are only using one, but you can use hundreds of them, and creating these entry streams and giving this trained model, we can do the inference. And we can also give a model, or we can use a pre-trained model. For example, for counting people, counting vehicles, detecting objects, or, for example, to detect the protective systems, the personal protective equipments, the PPEs. So we decided to train our own model. This is 100% as a service. As I said, we do the stream with the camera, and Vertex is going to give us this tagged data. So an important capability of Vertex AI Vision is that they can send these data to BigQuery. It is a scalable solution. We just have to feed the data and then exploit the data using the standard language. So if you want to count vehicles or people or dangerous situations, we can store this information and then check them afterwards. So also the evolution of this product in the future, and we are talking about immersive stream. And what's all this? This will allow us to have this to be able to renderize this 3D images, and then the end user will not have to renderize them. It is just a renderized stream of high quality, so that the device doesn't have to be very powerful, and we use the cloud computing capabilities. So we are going to see how all these pieces of the jigsaw, together with the 5G connectivity of Telefónica, make this possible thanks to this low latency, and Spot had less than 6 milliseconds of latency, but we can provide the services despite this. This is what we are going to see in the demo. We are going to put together all the pieces of the jigsaw and see how it works. Vanessa? My name is Vanessa. We work in the innovation department together with Alejandro. We're going to give you an example of this mix of technologies that my friends mentioned. So the cloud potential, the capabilities of our 5G network, as for the broadband and low latency, robotics, the sophisticated robotics, and then the artificial vision technology and 3D scanning. We have prepared 3 demos. First, we are going to show how this digital twin is created. Then we are going to see Spot. Spot is in the booth, the innovation hub in Telefónica that was presented in the morning. So he is there. And it has a leader and a router and will allow us to capture this cloud of points in 3D that will allow us to generate this renderized space. And as Nacho said, we can use some goggles or glasses of augmented reality or a 3D website. So LiDAR is a sensor that uses laser light through an environment, and it is collecting information of the time and the variation of the intensity of the light. This gives us information about volumes, so we are measuring distances throughout all distances, and we are also collecting information about the type of material that is surrounding us. So we know the type of textures we have. And we are going to feed it in the digital twin to recreate in a very precise way this environment we want to capture. And the processing, the renderizing, the render of this information that was collected through LiDAR is not done on real time. We have prepared a model of how would be done. It is not a real-time processing. We are working on different technologies so that we can do all the process, the capture, the generation of the environment of the digital twin on real time. And then finally, we are going to use this artificial vision. Spot has this camera, and we'll get to know the space of this innovation hub, the booth that is called in Telefónica. And through Vertex, we are going to detect some anomalous situation as risk prevention, to detect operators who are not wearing vests or safety helmets, or detect dangerous elements that are misplaced, or also, as Alex said, to make a logistic inventory. So, without further ado, here you can see in these 2 images this is a video on real time. A Spot is ready to start these autonomous routes. I'm going to launch the first demo, and it is going to use LiDAR to scan the area. To the left, we have created this visualizing display so that you understand how it works. I'm going to launch it. Here, this information is being uploaded. So please, you can see on the left how the process is being done. There's approximately 360,000 points per second, the 5G connection, the broadband, and also it is reliable with no cuts. So we are collecting 100% of the information. As you can see to the left, it's moving forward. And the digital twin is moving forward, and we are building this gray layer, and then the points in colors is the information of different heights, the type of material as well. And as I said, Spot finished the mission. These type of roads could be launched anytime to update the environment. And now the second part of the demo, the construction of the digital twin. So as I said, it's not done on real time, so we have generated to the left this is space of the booth, and it's not only rebuilding a space in a very precise way, but we can also include some elements that are moving. So we have digitalized Spot, and on real time we can see what's going on. So last year we told you that we can control a Spot in our edge computing, low latency, but we wanted to show you the capability of this type of robotics so that we can do this type of things. So this digital twin that is generated is replicating everything that's going on. So it goes back to the charging station. The artificial vision, enjoying the booth. I think I didn't press the button. It is. It has received the autonomous road. Now it is uploading it. It is detecting the first elements, a person. And we can see the information. This is the part to the right. We can see someone in the booth following the robot, and we can see the video from the HD camera that Spot has. And then now we're going to the industrial sphere. And you can see the booth, the telephone booth that we actually have. We are paying tribute to the old telephone booths that we used to have. Teams is frozen, but anyway, you can see this industrial part where sport is entering. Well, in this right now, it has detected an accident. So we can detect in an automatic way that an accident happened. All this information would be sent to the control center. So this is radioactive substance, and then it can detect these dangerous things that should be that are misplaced. And in this last part, we can see that it is detecting some elements, and with all the information, the QR code, etc. Everything is automized and assisted. So we'll finish the operation and going back to the charging station. So these are the different capabilities of this mix of technologies that allows the industry to do this digital transformation. And I don't know if someone wants to add something. And if not, we are going to open a Q&A session. So everything you saw as for the recognition is happening in cloud, not in edge. And the processing that we've seen using these cloud points is generating in the cloud. And also just to talk about this connectivity and these low latencies and these broadbands that allows us to bring this flow to the cloud so that we can have all the insights. I don't know if there are any questions. And if not, we are going to close the session. So I just wanted to mention that we have worked with Google Analysis doing all the developments, the management panel, for example, and the software. The images capture could be done by other cameras that can do all this, capturing the people, the hazardous materials, the dangerous materials, the radioactive materials. So many cameras located in the premises doing this control of the inventory. Could this be done? Yes, as for the processing of the images in Google Cloud, of course, you can have fixed cameras or wireless cameras. You can have as many as you want, and to do this recognition, for example, for counting people, vehicles, people trespassing a line, detection of dangerous objects, and so on and so forth. So we hope you liked it, and well, have a lovely afternoon.
Hola a todos. Quedan 3 minutos para la siguiente ponencia. Si necesitan traducción, por favor, levanten la mano y se les facilitará un kit de traducción.
Hello to all. 3 minutes to go until the next presentation. If you need simultaneous translation, please raise your hand and a translation kit will be provided. Thank you.
Ponte aquí en el... Jesús, ponte aquí en el medio, ¿no?
¿Nos sentamos aquí?
Un poco, sí.
1, 2.
Sí, mejor así.
¿Alguien da la salida o algo? ¿Uno? ¿Me escucháis?
Ya empezó el tiempo.
Hola. Hola, ¿qué tal? No sé si se me escucha. ¿Sí? ¿Me estáis escuchando? Hola. Sí, ahora ya sí. ¿Qué tal? Bueno, conectar sin...
Well, connecting IoT devices from space, it sounds like a science fiction. Or it sounded like science fiction in the past, but now it's becoming a reality. But let's take one step back. Satellites in communications have been and will be an important factor. And it is true that in Telefónica, we don't want to mythify the satellite, saying that the satellite has a very high cost. The satellite can only be used in these circumstances or occasions in which you cannot use other solutions. So we've been suffering from that in a way because there are some countries in which we can develop a specific structure in a very difficult way. So satellite has become a way to connect people, and we want to break the myths and mythify, so to say, these satellites, because it is proven that satellites should be in another position. And in order to get to these critical solutions as disaster recovery, or how to get to different crisis situations in which there has been a problem with a natural disaster, so a satellite has always been something important. But our land infrastructure, when, for example, in Peru with El Niño, we have everything ready so that we can use the satellite and not the land structures that were devastated because of El Niño. So in the past, we've had an important disruption, and before we had a satellite in a specific point, 36 kilometers up in the sky, giving coverage on a region, and then the time that the signal takes to go up and down means that the satellite has a latency. It is a physical thing. It could not be avoided. So we have traditional solutions like the networks that we have in Brazil, one of the most important ones in Latin America, and it is connected through satellite. And from the perspective of the final user, they are not aware that it comes from a satellite, and it is done with the work of the engineering work behind. So we can see that there are some constellations of that make satellites down in the orbit. They are called LEO, low Earth orbit. The satellite is in a lower position, so the signal travels faster. And one of the myths that we could not have the latency of the satellite, it will not go outside the solution when we need low latency. This means that the satellites cannot be fixed, and any of these constellations that you can see with the OneWeb or other types of constellations that are there with the 26,000 satellites that we can see in the sky, these oblige us to do a follow-up of the satellite because it is moving on them. It is not static. And in these solutions that are being implemented, in these LEO satellites. That is an important niche. The IoT connectivity that before it was very complicated to move forward with the traditional systems that needed huge networks, but there are other companies focusing on this. In Telefónica, we are doing a monitoring of the different solutions that are appearing in the market, and we are doing different approaches, 5G, direct-to-device, 5G, 4G, and some solutions use a native IoT language. And I think it is interesting that he gives you more details about how we're going to do all this. Well, my name is Juan Jose González, responsible of the IoT connectivity in Telefónica Tech. So as Jesús said, we live in this world of disruptions, and all companies are changing the supply chains, the way we create and provide services, the way companies relate to companies. And we as users and customers are used to being connected and objects talking to us, giving us information. So we go towards a world that is going to be 100% digital, and the ones that are not connected will be connected. So cars connected, our alarms are connected, and the electricity meters and white appliances, and we are going to see bicycles also connected. Also the bells in our doors, anything is going to be connected, everything at reach. So this is what we call the IoT. And so that the IoT can be developed, and the information through the networks to the service of the companies that needed all this, the mobile networks. And then the IoT that has been here for a long time, it's being accelerated. So we see an acceleration in the past, and with two main levers. The first would be that companies are embedded in this profound digital transformation, changing the way they make business, the way they relate with customers. This started in some industries, and now it has standardized. All industries are changing the way they relate and the way they sell to their customers. For example, the retailers or utilities. And then the other lever is the appearance of these last generation networks with 5G as well, and also the LPWA and LTM, which are just versions of 4G and 5G networks that were developed to connect objects. Up to now, the mobile networks, 2G, 3G, were used to connect people. So we have realized that sometimes objects, things, have other requirements, and they require a good coverage, or for example, objects with a battery that needs to last a long time. And this is why we have created these specific networks for things. So we are going towards a massification of the Internet of Things, in which everything is connected. In Telefónica, we've been developing IoT for a long time. We are leaders, and we have more than 50 million objects that are connected all over the world. And they are connected in many countries all over the world. And they belong to other things like smart cities or tracking of objects moving all over the world, management of fleets. And this has been thanks to these mobile networks. But our customers ask for more things. And there are some regions in which the Earth networks don't reach. So they cover most of the population where we live, where we move, but they don't cover 100% of the territory. And this can be seen in continents as America, where the extensions are larger and in which the orography of the territory is not helpful. And although there is nobody living there, there are some objects indeed, and the customers are asking us to connect these objects that are in these remote regions, like, for example, air generators and the generation of air energy. We are talking about the maritime sector, or for example, petrol stations in the middle of the ocean. And this is what we need to connect. And then these constellations, the satellite constellations, are the best complement for all this. So that all this can happen, so these networks can be used in the Internet of Things, we have to solve 3 challenges. The first one is the cost. The IoT transforms the business of our customers to be better and to produce a better service and also to be more efficient. And here the cost is important. We cannot develop IoT if we don't have an acceptable cost. And also the devices. Our customers have been developing these devices for years. And we are talking about different industries, like, for example, the utilities, or the management of fleets, or safety, or security. So all these new satellite networks shouldn't change the way in which our customers design their devices. This is another challenge. And then the way our customers manage this connectivity. We need to guarantee that they have the same user experience that they have now when they manage the IoT connectivity of terrestrial networks. And in order to face these challenges, Telefónica Global Solutions and Satellite have been collaborating for more than 1 year and a half with these 3 different pillars. First of all, that the solution follows these standards because we like standards. Telco industry has developed on these standardized interoperable processes, and also we want to guarantee this user experience, and so that the customer is still managing their connectivity the way they were doing it in the past. And this is also where we have these millions of devices and more than 13,000 clients managing their connectivity through this platform. So we need to guarantee this experience, this user experience. And then the last pillar would be that with this new solution, we can have 100% coverage. And no matter how remote this area is. So the solution that we have developed based on this standard is the narrowband. And now Gianluca is going to explain to us this evolution, but we've been pioneers. Narrowband that was developed for terrestrial networks could be used through satellite networks based on narrowband, which is a standard that allows the development of simple devices and also affordable. That is why our solution is based on this standard. And then the second pillar is Kite. Kite is the platform in which the customer can manage their connectivity, terrestrial connectivity, and also the satellite coverage. And also the user experience. The narrowband devices are going to be connected to the IoT networks, and in the regions where there is no coverage of the terrestrial network, then the device is going to connect automatically to this satellite network. Gianluca. Hello, I am Gianluca Dadolfi, CCO of Satellite. So since the beginning, we thought that there were a lot of possibilities, disruptive possibilities in the satellite industry, and the satellite communications should be used for many more applications, as Juan Jose said. So our goal, and this is what we're building, is to give more coverage following on a standard to the operators of telephones. This is why we are launching the first constellation. As you can see here on the screen, so it's going to make that all devices, all cellulars, without changing the antenna, without changing the hardware. When they are not connected to the cellular network, they can connect to the satellite network. This gives coverage all over the world, and also it makes the connectivity very affordable, and then it can be used in all the applications. It is just an extension, a seamless extension with the same cost and using the same devices. And here, what you see in the graph with these satellites connected to this, and when it is disconnected, then the device can be connected to the satellite, and then it goes through a ground station, and all this is done so that the operators, in order to connect to us, they do not have to make any effort, because the interface is also standardized through roaming. We are these partners in all the areas that do not have terrestrial coverage. So the same device, and now they don't have to invest a lot of dollars. It works through a satellite. So it's going to be a massive application. So this type of connectivity was launched 4 years ago when we created our company with a 3GPP association, and we were the main contributors of 3GPP. So no other companies have contributed the way we have, and in 4 years' time we have achieved to have the R17 that includes the extension of the terrestrial part towards the satellite part. So the coverage is 100% of the planet, everywhere. As long as you can see the sky, you can get connected. And satellites move all the time, so they eventually get connected. And we are launching a constellation of up to 255 satellites for real-time connection. So a few weeks ago, we launched the first satellite with a SpaceX from California. And in December, we are going to offer a commercial service together with Telefónica with a delay of 6 hours. There are so many applications of up to 6 hours delay, and next year we're going to be in a 30 minutes delay. In 2025, it's going to be real time. The applications that we have seen, and we see a lot of demand with this delay of 6 hours, are the maritime follow-up of containers, the livestock, the renewable energies, the crops, the trucking, the telematics, and some more like forestry, pipelines. And we see that in the following years, this is going to be developed in millions of lines because this is an existing demand nowadays, and then that's all. Juanjo? So to sum up, we have said that IoT is transforming the industries and the companies, the way we relate and the way we produce everything. And this is being accelerated through these new networks that have been developed as 5G and narrowband and LTM, and this leads us to massification. But clients ask us to connect everything, and this includes also the objects that are in very remote places of the planet. And this is why the satellite networks are a great complement to the existing networks. But there were some challenges, the way they are. So this is why we've been developing a solution, an innovative solution, based on standards that allows us to keep the development of these devices, and customers don't need to change the devices. And at the same time, this is very positive, and they are very affordable and very simple, and they can be used in different satellite networks. And with all this, we can reduce the cost, and we can offer a coverage of 100% of the territory. We are here to solve any doubts. I don't know if there are any doubts. Thank you very much.
Gracias a todos.
Hola a todos. Quedan 3 minutos para la siguiente ponencia. Si necesitan traducción, por favor, levanten la mano y se les facilitará un kit de traducción.
Hello to all. 3 minutes to go until the next presentation. If you need simultaneous translation, please raise your hand and a translation kit will be provided. Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon or good morning if you are somewhere around the world. My name is Guillermo Gataller, responsible of the demos in the booth in Telefónica and also other booths. And I will tell you why. There are no 5 demos here, there are many more, and we are going to try and explain to you all of them. But first of all, what's the philosophy we have followed in order to reach this point? So 3 main messages: evolution, innovation, and sustainability. And we have developed all the themes that we are presenting in this edition of the Mobile World Congress 2023. So it's about 20 experiences that we have. 5 are permanent in this booth and others that are temporary, on demand, and also we are present in the booths of other operators or manufacturers. This is what we are doing. An important message that I wanted to convey to you. The Open Gateway. Yesterday we launched this concept. The Open Gateway is an initiative, multi-operator, led by GSMA, in which applications can talk to the network, and then the communications network will become digital platforms. So as I said yesterday, I'm going to say hello to my brother. He's in El Ferrol, and he's using a Living app. He switches on the app, Living app of the Mobile World Congress 2023. We reach more than 2 million users. So this is our potential. It's going to be similar to the football audiences. But it's not only Living apps. We have also developed some content in the metaverse about Elder Space VR and spatial. And we have also a version of with augmented reality of the booth. Go to one of the corners, ask for this glasses, and you will see an hologram of me. So we are reaching a lot of people here. And thinking about this a few years ago was crazy. And the presentations were done, and they were not seen by streaming. And well, this is what happens with a telco, that you put together all the pieces to get the highest presentation. So it is a work that we are going to start next week. We are going to start working in the next edition of the Mobile World Congress. We are going to celebrate the centenary, the 100 years of this Congress. And in order to get to this development, we've had the collaboration of more than 1,000 people of the Telefónica group. And this is very important. So it's a global and unique proposal. So many works, many months of work. So we are going to explain all these different experiences. So we are going to see the first experiences in the stand. And then the main protagonists. There is the Open Gateway. It's the main headline, and this is, we are going to listen to Rocio Rey. Hi, Guillermo. We are presenting Open Gateway that can use these standardized API, open capabilities of our networks. And these are different examples that we have in our networks and that we are implementing, for example, in Bloodworm, that can have the different APIs and high resolutions. We have the Bikebat, which is a bank in Brazil. In order to verify the localization, or we invite you to come to our stand. We can work with Google and GONAS in order to make these new creators with this is the summary of the first demo, just a line of code programmed on an application. We can talk to the network and to many other networks. As Payete said, this is the roaming of the applications. And this allows us to discover where we are, the person who made this transaction, and always with the authorization of the owner of the data. They can cancel the transaction if it's not done from the correct place. So you put an anti-fraud in a very fast way. So we go to the next experience. With the Open Gateway, we have more than 500 people in the last month. So we have some developments we've done with some of the customers. And also it implements algorithms and it is not something new. The new thing is that we have the collaboration of a customer and the client, and with some KPIs that prove that it works, because this is also technology. Technology per se does not work. It's useless. You have to do it with the cluster, with the customer, with the company, with the public administration. Now we're going to listen to Path with the Smart Agro demo that we have in our booth. Thank you, Guillermo. Welcome to our demo. These are the solutions of Telefónica. The audio of the demos is very, very bad, so we will do our best. We are talking about the management of irrigation and profitability with blockchain. We have prepared 3 experiences, and we encourage you to come here. First of all would be real-time connection with Galicia. That can monitor parameters of the weather and of the floors, the soil. Then the second experience will allow us to make decisions in 3 different use cases: prevention of diseases and irrigation and the status of the soil. And then we can see the traceability of the wine in the cellars, scanning this QR code. It's certified through blockchain, so the data cannot be altered. So this is what we have to offer. Thank you very much, Path. So it is a producer of wine in Galicia. The water saving of 30%. So let's move to the next experience with a new customer in order to create a digital twin. And together with the generation, with steel laser, we can generate a piece in real time and we can correct it. Nuria and Alma. Thank you, Guillermo. We are in the industry booth in the Mobile World Congress, and we encourage you to come here. It is an industrial process, real fabrication, real manufacturing, and through the simulation of the physical process and the virtual process, and with a real-time communication and bidirectional, we can guarantee that we can improve the processes, the efficiency, we can increase the quality and also the sustainability. We don't get the sound. We are terribly sorry.
Altos anchos de banda y baja latencia para poder actuar y controlar el entorno físico en tiempo real. Por otro lado, y muy importante, la ciberseguridad es capaz de aportar el gemelo digital mediante una capa de control adicional que permite detectar los posibles ciberataques. Y bueno, comentar que el gemelo digital nos aporta una herramienta fundamental para conseguir los objetivos de sostenibilidad, reduciendo el consumo energético, reduciendo las emisiones de CO2 y los productos de desecho, el uso de materia prima necesaria para el proceso de fabricación. Pues sin más, os invitamos a visitarnos. No os lo perdáis.
So you can see how passionate they are, and they've been working on the project for many months. So, as I said, sustainability, the savings in energy and in raw materials. So yesterday we had 22 channels coming around. We are going now to listen to the words of our guru, Juan Cambeiro. He's going to talk about this holographic telepresence experience. Hello, Guillermo. We are in the demo of holographic presence. The person who is inside turns into a 3D avatar that can be transported anywhere. Here we can see the person with EverGhost solution. So we can also use it in an environment. Now, here Anna is playing basketball, and also with this tablet it can be seen in augmented reality. Here you can have the two Annas. In real time you can see the person and you can interact with the person. All these are thanks to our system that uses three capabilities. Fiber to upload the information, the edge computing to process all the information, and 5G with the different devices. So I encourage you to come here. We can do a recording so that you can bring it home. So thank you very much, Juan. So it would be interesting to see how the political meetings are in a few months, in a few years' time. Next experience related to metaverse, the new ways we consume content. We have Antonio Pita, who is going to explain to us what we have in this booth. Hello, Guillermo. We are in this immersive experience. The user can enjoy different immersive experiences. For example, they can go to our store and get information about our products and experiment content, own content that we have developed with different types of cameras so that you decide how to enjoy the content. For example, Rafa Nadal from different angles, or the Davis Cup, and you can choose the camera. And we have also included calls. You can receive voice calls and also to receive these phone calls while you enjoy the experience. And this is made using accessibility. And this is going to help us because you can add it to your service. And also in a very interesting way. So we have presented the booth, and everything was tested in the booth. And it is the innovation hub in Telefónica that we have in Madrid. And you will be able to enjoy them in this hub. So, as I said, so there are 18 experiences. There are many more to go. So in this space that we call Agora, Miguel has talked about drones. The Sevilla Football Club Stadium. We have done slicing as well. And also rehab for people with multiple sclerosis. And through immersive experiences and low latency, we can help them to improve their health. We have also connected with the booth 215 to control a dog called Spot from Boston Dynamics, and it can change into whatever we want. And we are going to have some demonstrations of education, robotics, and computer vision, and then the transformation of the job, of the positions. And the demonstration of the drones, the digital twin, they are not demos of 5 minutes. We have to prepare them for weeks. So this is why we have included it in our demo tour. Many more experiences on demand. Once we have presented this digital twin of this dock, this is going to be showed to our clients and visitors. It's going to be in the industry corner of our booth. Also, we have these, and I think you've tried them. These are the cross-call devices. It's a French manufacturer. It is really comfortable. Juan can show it to you. And you got it right. So which other things can we have? So different bands. We have 3 devices with the Qualcomm chip. Telefónica is the operator with more spectrum, and we can reach velocities of 2 gigabits per second. You can ask us for that. The demo of telepresence, in order to upload these details, it uses this millimetric broadband. So we have focused on this. We think that there will be more applications for drones, for the industry, and for many other sectors. This is why we've done it. And then additionally, and we are going to show it to you, we have incorporated computer vision. We will show it in the end with our partner C2RO. And since minute 1, we have started using a number of cameras that have adjusted their algorithms to know how many people are in our different corners, and then to know what's going on. And we have 2 types of behaviors that differentiate today and yesterday. So this is good, and data as well. So in Hall 8, everything related to open innovation, and in this case, in 4 years from now, we have startups that work with us in the wire. And we have a total of 10 startups. So I invite you to go see it. And it is something that we are proud of. We have more than 1,000 startups. Also, outside the booth of Telefónica, for example, the functionality, the 5G, and also how the network is going to function depending on the data that we have. So in the beginning, it was used for the operator, but we see the possibility to monetize it with third parties. And if we want to visualize, it is in the Nokia booth. And we also have it in the booth of Amazon, and using 5G and edge computing. And also in the GSMA booth, we have a demo about the operator with KJDI operator, Japanese one. And it is a pilot project related to telco edge cloud. So we use this augmented reality, virtual reality using low latency. So I encourage you to go there. I'm running out of saliva, but there's still one left in the Huawei booth. We have experience related to the transport network, and in this transport network based on photonic measures, it would not work. This is the tissue, the fabric of everything we do. We also do these digital notebooks, and you can download them. We have created 3 for this edition of the Mobile World Congress, and also progress, innovation, and sustainability. So you can download them. There are 25 use cases. And now we move to the conclusions. We move to experiences to solve some challenges of the industry and all the clients that we have. If we compare the demos we do now with the first edition back in 2006, I was there, by the way. So the way we do demos is completely different. Before we were talking about broadband, about latency. Now we are talking about complete experiences, how you're helping the industry to improve the consumption of raw materials. How can you help La Liga to interrupt these drones that can hack the signal? So these are the conclusions. And now, figures. Some figures. So this is the portal from our collaborators and partners, C2RO. We commercialize through Telefónica Tech. So you can see 9,973 people today, up to now. So 10% of what Hoffman said. Have you been to other booths? So probably if you were there too, it's because nobody else could fit here. So 9,900 people. And here you can see the behavior since we opened up to 2, and then it's going down again. It is a behavior that Ricardo, who programs algorithms, is typical of the retail behavior yesterday. Let's go to yesterday. During the whole day, it was 9,482 people. So we are increasing 30%. Today it seems to be an important day, but look at the behavior. That's very interesting. The behavior cannot be compared to a retailing situation after the visit of the king, and then there is this calling effect when the king left, and it's more stable. We can do this because we have some algorithms and some cameras, but we are not recording anybody. You are not recording anybody. I have the data. And how do we do it? Well, with some algorithms, and they have patented actually an algorithm, and that's why we have a partnership with them. So going back to today, behaviors in different parts. This is the Agora. So you can see it's going up, down, up, down, up, down, with maximums and minimums. We only count the seats, not the people standing up. You can program it the way you want. So if we compare, for example, agro with agrotech, with metaverse and the digital twin,
The metaverse is very close to the entrance and very welcoming, so it is very stable in time with high peaks. But others, as the digital twin, are going up and down because the behavior is different, and this can give us some clues for the demos we have to prepare for next year. How can we improve the figures? This is intelligence. And then finally, we are not against the protection, the data protection law. This is what's happening in the robotic arm in the industry area. These are people, it's just different skeletons. And this is what we do in the booth. We also use it. We know where they are looking at. You can see this beam, this line that shows you what they are watching, what they are seeing for our booth. This is also very interesting. So, as I said, these are the figures up to now, 9,900 people, and 30% more than yesterday. Let's see how it all ends. And then let me finish with this. If there are any questions, feel free. There is a microphone. I think that everything is clear. So I encourage you to ask for these glasses and see myself on hologram if you haven't seen me enough. Thank you very much and enjoy this Congress.
Hola a todos. Quedan 3 minutos para la siguiente ponencia. Si necesitan traducción, por favor, levanten la mano y se les facilitará un kit de traducción.
Hello to all. 3 minutes to go until the next presentation. If you need simultaneous translation, please raise your hand and a translation kit will be provided. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos y a todas.
Hello and good afternoon. Thanks for being here. Thanks for attending this session. We represent cyber, cloud, and innovation department here in Telefónica, so even the titles of our presentations are innovative. It's 5 o'clock. We're all tired, exhausted, sleepy. We'll try to make it cool. We'll speak about Greek mythology, US presidents, movies, but also cybersecurity and innovation. As you might know, Telefónica is about to celebrate its 100th anniversary. We started our company by communicating people through copper, beyond distance, and everything evolved quite dramatically. And today we do not only connect individuals between one another, but also machines. We are going to be speaking about cybersecurity, challenges in the area of cybersecurity. I'm Jose Antonio Castellana, and I'm the manager of the Cyber and Tech Center in León, specialized in industrial cybersecurity and critical infrastructures. I'm the rara avis in the sector because I'm an economist. Sometimes the technical staff look at me weirdly. By little, I'm adapting. I have a master's in industrial cybersecurity. I'm an advocate of innovation, and I have an MIT certificate on leadership in innovation. After having introduced myself and before kicking off, we will, well, let me inform you that we will tell you about the whole process. But first of all, we would like to tell you about our definition of innovation, which is not different from any other innovation program. Last year, we underwent an exercise to ground our definition of innovation and split tasks. Innovation, well, we define it with 3 pillars: in-house innovation and external innovation. And then there's a third very important pillar, which is entrepreneurs. Each circle in their intersections produces products. Internal and external innovation brings us to co-innovating with important customers. Now, in-house innovation, such as entrepreneurship, well, we engage and bring on board to our portfolio startups in order to improve existing products or investing in them. What do we aim at with this innovation program? Well, we want to improve Telefónica Tech brand with innovative machinery. We want to, of course, provide our customers with a competitive advantage, and we want to improve the company's margins through in-house products. So here is our vision of innovation, the process of transferring an idea or an invention into a good or a technology that produces an added value for which customers are ready to pay, so that the company obtains a greater margin. So innovation is pointless, and then unless there's a customer behind who is ready to pay for such innovation. And as I told you before, our innovation center is specialized in industrial cybersecurity. Why is that? Well, let me give you the definition of cybersecurity in industrial environments for you to understand the difference between cybersecurity in an OAT and in an OT. So in industrial environments, cybersecurity can be defined as the compound of practices and technologies managed to, or rather designed to manage risks related to data gathering, storing, and transmission by using the perspectives of people, processes, and technologies. And this is important. We need to make a clear difference between cybersecurity in IT environments and in industrial environments, because cybersecurity in IT environments, let's say, well, you can lose data, reputation. If you are cyber attacked, you can end up paying fines for filtering data. But in operational environments, the risk is higher because you might end up producing damage to human beings or the environment. A couple of years ago, Gartner published a report with predictions according to which by 2025, cyber criminals might have armed successfully production environments that might produce damage to critical infrastructure or even casualties. And this is important to bear in mind. We have clear examples such as hacking a water plant and producing a change in the chemical composition of drinking water. This is a relevant case. So a hacker had altered the composition, the chemical composition of the water plant management, or the water treatment plant rather, and thanks to one last manual control, there was no poisoning because they spotted a high degree of toxic components. So again, the cybersecurity in critical infrastructure can produce damage to the environment and to humans. Another example would be the nuclear plant attack in Germany, attacks against large companies. Here's another headline: a group of cyber hackers or cyber criminals attacks the electric grid in the US, cyber attacks that paralyze important media in the US. So there's a long list of potential attacks, cyber attacks, in order for you to understand the moment when society realized, actually it was the president of a government or the military, well, they realized about the need to protect digitally critical infrastructures. I don't know how many of you have seen the film War Games. Maybe someone here, how many times have you seen it? I strongly recommend the film. It's in Movistar Plus in our platform, so even better. So Ronald Reagan, as you know, before being US president, he was an actor. So from Hollywood, they would send him films for him to watch in the White House. And one of the films he was sent was the War Game, in which a young hacker penetrated systems and ended up having access to a supercomputer, a government supercomputer that was carrying out simulations, thermonuclear simulations. So Ronald Reagan was astonished and intrigued. So he asked his chief of staff, well, I've seen this film, I recommend you to see it and answer whether this could happen or not. And a week after, the chief of the military came back to him and told him that the situation was even worse than in the film. It was a true risk. So for me, it's a key moment when industrial cybersecurity gained importance as well as cyber war. The film, when you see it, will see how it ends. The only game that allows you to win is not playing the game. The only move is not playing the game, and the only way to not winning is not playing. Having said that, in 1983, so it's been now 40 years when this person would connect through a phone connector, so from one phone to another by carrying out phone calls. So we've seen how companies have accumulated network infrastructures. At the beginning, such networks were isolated, servers, for example, and then little by little, innovation underwent different waves. So exposition to risk also was widened wave after wave with the arrival of mobiles, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, 6G, 7G. There might even be an 8G connection somewhere, then the cloud. So the exposition surface is important. Legacy systems, some systems are still operating with Windows XP, which is of course a clear target of all forms of attack. And everything is interconnected today. Here we have a smart factory, and here we can see how the assembly process, the sensorization, augmented reality, mobile robots, everything is interconnected. So one of the key principles of the 4.0 industry is connectivity, and not only inside the company, but in the entire supply chain. So attack vectors are widening. Here we have some of the most relevant attacks that have ever happened. Back in 2010, well, this was the year when Spain won the World Cup, but the Stuxnet was also developed, a malware developed by certain governments in order to stop the Iranian nuclear program, which was about to develop a nuclear bomb. And this grew and grew since 2010 with bombs or infusion bombs that have been hacked, city red lights, the electric grid in the Ukraine. Well, Ukraine has also been the testing field of Russia. So this means important financial losses. If you have to shut down a company, 1 billion, 250 million in the second example, and so on and so forth. As we move forward in the last 12 months, the situation has worsened, and cyber attacks are today a reality. So at the end of the day, we have detected an opportunity, right? We have considered that cybersecurity. So Aristeo was born, and now we're going to be speaking about mythology, and we'll tell you more about the name. Aristeo is a minor god in the Greek mythology, and the name means the best, Aristeos. And of course, we want to be the best. We want to be Aristeo. And also the NIMS provided Aristeo with a special power, which was the possibility to domesticate bees. This tool, this technological solution that I am going to be presenting today, was born with the deployment of industrial honey pots, which is, well, honey pots. So the first name that we came up with was Aristeo, and this is how everything was consolidated. Now the tool is called Aristeo. Here is a picture of this Greek god. So what is Aristeo? Aristeo, well, aims at setting up a clear barrier, a real barrier against cyber attacks, industrial cyber attacks, in order to being able to predict challenges in OT environments. The spirit is to avoid superfluous elements, considering that we operate in a real environment. We have a clip where we show how it works and how easy it is to attack. And the infrastructure can be adaptable, it's in our own facilities. We don't have to install any device in the customer's venue. It's like the image here, right? Where fungus are introduced, then yeast, and we assess how this works. So we give cyber criminals yeast, and all this traps them into our infrastructure, and from there on we obtain intelligence. Predictive intelligence. How do we predict or try and predict future attacks? Well, by trying to adapt to the tools used through the deployment of N devices that conform N nodes, and thus we can capture information that is then brought to a data lake and into a tool, which is Aristeo. So on the basis of this information, we split it and we produce intelligence first based on the different devices in the different nodes. Then we scale it up into a process system sectorized by oil and gas plants, by water treatment plants, energy sector, etc. Intelligence on the network, and all this information brings us to producing predictive intelligence, so that for threat number X we might obtain technical information such as attack vectors, the vulnerabilities that cyber criminals exploit, commitment vectors. We can also define whether the attack is part of an APT group. We have a list and we understand the tactics of different ATPs, and we can identify that. Then there's the presence and perseverance. We can understand the number of appearances, the number of days, the number of infections. Once washed up, what do they attack, whether they are attacking devices, nodes, networks, or certain environments or vectors. So yeah, if we go to the following slide, this one is quite clarifying. This is the first node we set up, an HME with several PLCs, with sensors and activators that act as a water treatment plant. That's why the attack against the water treatment plant was important, because we have deployed one anti-malware in this field. Here is the white hat, what the white hat can see. The black hat, the cyber criminal, what they think they are attacking is a water treatment plant, a true water treatment plant. So this is how they show up. If you see the little picture there, not the one with the red button, but the other one, there's a little pump, which is a replica of the giant bombs in water plants. In one of the multiple attacks that we received, well, the hacker killed it. It accelerated the pump, and it ended up being burned, and it's quite relevant. In my last slide, you will see it. We have a website in which we deploy all our intelligence. So when we captured this picture last week, in the last 24 hours, in the previous 24 hours, we had received 3 million cybersecurity events, and in the last 7 days, 22 million. Of course, the website is clusterized, so we know where the majority of cyber attacks come from and where they really pretend to attack, HDMI, etc. And then we have a reputational list of IPs. In the same website, it's obfuscated, of course, because this has an amazing value. These indicators, these engagement indicators, have a long list of values. The second node, we're going to be watching the clip now, is a plant that was prepared for a customer. This is a distillation plant for oil and gas, and it works as such. So let me tell you how this works and how this works.
El proceso en sí mismo ejecuta 16 pasos de manera automatizada y asíncrona, de tal forma que tiene ganancias de presión, pérdidas de temperatura, etc. Lo cual hace parecer a un atacante que está atacando un sistema de producción. Como se puede observar, tenemos varios PLCs que ejecutan diferentes funciones: seguridad, control y operación, y después tenemos dos fuentes de alimentación y un acumulador que sirve para situaciones de emergencia. Por lo demás, tenemos una botonera y una válvula de cierre con un sistema de seguridad de mano de muerto que vamos a ver cómo funciona a continuación. Todo este sistema se ejecuta de una manera física y lo vamos a ver cómo se enfrenta a una amenaza real que nosotros hemos programado en el mundo. Ahora mismo vamos a abrir el teléfono, vamos a lanzar el bot y vamos a tomar el control. Estamos explotando una vulnerabilidad bien conocida, ¿de acuerdo? Y vamos a lanzar el ataque. Vamos a ver cómo este PLC se bloquea. Y se pone una luz naranja y el sistema pasa de estar en funcionamiento a estar en parada de emergencia. Efectivamente, aquí vemos cómo se ha puesto la luz en naranja, el sistema se ha parado y no podemos rearmar. Por suerte, la válvula sigue funcionando correctamente, librándonos de un problema. Sin embargo, ahora mismo, un operador de planta no puede rearmar el sistema. El sistema está totalmente bajo nuestro control. Solo el atacante puede resetear el sistema y volver a hacerlo funcionar. Esto va a suceder ahora mismo. Vamos a configurarlo. Seleccionar el nodo. Y vamos a ver cómo desbloqueamos este PLC. El atacante desbloquea este PLC y por lo tanto podremos rearmar el sistema. Si nosotros no hubiéramos lanzado la orden, nadie podría hacerlo. Ahora estamos viendo cómo vuelve a verde y el sistema es rearmable. Con esta facilidad se puede bloquear un sistema de control, un sistema industrial, y con esta facilidad se puede generar un problema grave en una planta de una refinería. Nosotros éramos el atacante y nosotros controlábamos el sistema. Nadie más podía hacerlo. Podríamos haber aumentado las temperaturas, haber hecho saltar el sistema, haber hecho saltar las presiones y haber generado un problema. Y por mi parte, nada más que añadir. Espero que les haya gustado.
Bueno, al final.
So at the end of the day, it sounds easy, it looks easy, but it's not easy. When a cyber criminal shuts down the water pump rather, well, we're all happy because we then have the possibility to carry out an intelligence analysis. Now, the importance of playing with real environments can be seen in this graph when cyber criminals look around the network in the search for vulnerable devices. The bottom part of the graph, the blue one, represents virtualized environments. When a criminal gets into a PLC and attempts an attack against such PLC, the result is going to be nothing. Nonetheless, if they gain access to our nodes and then they attack the PLC, there they are attacking something real, and that's why we try and mislead them and assess their behavior and thus produce intelligence. So the graph is quite revealing. This graph has been produced with our own means. As of the 13th day in a virtual attack, attackers lose interest and they leave. But in real environments, they persevere. Last year, we registered more than 700 million events. Here is the QR code and the website where you can have access to the website we showed before, we displayed before. And let me also remind you that we publish a quarterly report with Aristeo outcomes for the semester. We have recently presented the outcomes for the second semester of 2022. We have challenges, we have solutions to the challenges, but then, of course, we need to market them. So what are the outputs that we achieve or manage? Well, we can do OT, while many people attack virtually, whereas we operate in real environments, and hybrid OT and IT. We can, of course, feed the intelligence platform, the Telefónica platform that would be, and we are now also feeding very fresh and powerful intelligence bits. We can also carry out on-demand analysis, trainings, blue team, red team exercises, and in general, these are the outputs that we have designed, and many have already been validated, and there's a market, and there are customers who are ready to pay for them finally. So we can also produce reports on the world challenges or challenges at the global level, specific. Then of course we've been attacked, the plant has been stopped. How did this happen, and might this happen to one of our customers? We are a testing environment also for old and new devices. Before we talked about legacy devices, there are some plants with PLCs that have been up and running for more than 20 years with no update, and this is of course a running bump, TIP integration with other IDS and SIMs. We also carry out research on threats. We have a success story. And as we said before, OT environments, we have a management and deployment of breadcrumbs to target advanced cyber attacks. We partner with Countercraft, Spanish company, and we update use cases on a daily basis. So what differentiates us from our competitors? It would be perhaps presumptuous to say that we have no competitors. We know that some have tried it, but they didn't make it. They haven't been able to develop this intelligence. They have nodes, but the deployment of the intelligence behind is very specific, and it seems like no competitor has managed to get where we are. But of course, we are looking closely companies that produce probes. If a probe deployed in the production line spots malicious traffic, the company has already a problem. This means that the malware is already inside the network. It means that the security perimeter has been trespassed and that the attacker is moving around the production network freely, out and about. So we work We operate outside the customer's installations or facilities, and our intelligence can be uploaded into attack indicators in what we call the perimetral defense, and even in the probes that customers have, so that an insider vector attack, willingly or unwillingly, might introduce a malware inside the production network, and we could spot this. Success story, as I told you before. We are now producing intelligence into companies, and a customer from an Eastern country, back then they were not customers of us, they got in touch with Telefónica Germany to solve a situation, and then we did it from León. And considering that we are amidst a conflict, what this company wanted to know, considering that they are energy suppliers, they wanted to know if they were being affected and if they were targets of directed attacks against their infrastructure. So we deployed a new reel through a VPS in the country, and we received the attacks from there, and we would compare different nodes in Spain and the attack against the node deployed in this Eastern European country. I can't say the name. And, well, they are thrilled with the report, with the intelligent report that we produced. And it seems like, once again, we have validated the hypothesis. Making things happen, as our slogan says, making innovation happen. So I hope that you've learned a little about Greek mythology, cinema, cybersecurity, and even more importantly, it's important for you to know that we have developed a 100% Telefónica Tech solution, cyber and cloud, and thus contributing to a safer world. And I am very proud of this. It would have been impossible without the team behind me in León. So congratulations to them as well. And this is it from my side. Here are my contact details. My family name is very nice. It's very easy to find me through social media. And here's the website of Telefónica Tech. I'm a professional, so I made it right on time. Thank you very much to all of you for your attendance.
Sí.
Hola a todos. Quedan 3 minutos para la siguiente ponencia. Si necesitan traducción, por favor, levanten la mano y se les facilitará un kit de traducción.
Hello to all. 3 minutes to go until the next presentation. If you need simultaneous translation, please raise your hand and a translation kit will be provided. Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon. We're going to start the last presentation of the day. We're going to be now focusing on another sector, mining. Probably it's one of the elephants in the room because it's one of the main technology users amongst our customers, and we're going to tell you about how digitalization has occupied the mining sector. So first of all, let us tell you a little bit about the main challenges of the mining sector from a technology and processes perspective, and we're going to do so from a broad perspective. Of course, they have a very clear focus on productivity in order to gain extraction capabilities in an as efficient as possible manner. They have an important integration of IT and OT management. They have a major challenge when it comes to the digitalization of change. Bear in mind that we are speaking about a very traditional sector that has adopted technology rapidly. They have to design a technological framework that allows the integration of different technologies in a very simple manner, minimizing their impact in terms of production. And then they have another important challenge, which is minimizing to do so in a non-aggressive way. If we had to do it, we would classify them in 4 or 5 major blocks. The first of one has to do with the acquisition of the raw materials in order to spot the areas where materials are sound, the identification, the extraction itself, the processing of the materials, and transport and commercialization. Our guest, Clever, will tell us more about the vision and about how mining companies are digitalizing their processes, and we're going to do so through a real-life experience. Please go ahead. Hello, how are you doing? I cannot hear you very well. Can you hear me? Okay, I have a feedback here. Oh. So, a few years ago, we started asking ourselves about the advantages of technology, and we started thinking not only about digitalization, but also transforming the business from scratch, and thus obtaining the benefits of a major change, of a deep change. And this is how, in Las Bandas, we started working in the digital transformation project, which at the end of the day is the perpetual transformation of processes and cultures of organizations in order to improve our accounts and reducing risks, the risks that we're subject to as a sector, as a business. So this has a technological element indeed, but the most important bit, or the most difficult element, is to convince people about the importance of change. Oftentimes, our adaptation process, our acceptance process, limits us to somehow jump into these different changes. And this is how, well, the transformation process in Las Bambas, in our mining site, has to go hand in hand with an objective. And for us, the objective is to become intelligent with different pillars: AI, connectivity, innovation, automation, and integrated operations with other layers. Now, all these pillars are not optimized unless we bring on board humans, and unless we have an adaptation process that limits the risks or the perceived risks. Let's move on. Now, the main focus of Las Bambas well, this has to be framed. I mean, we need to bring as many stakeholders as possible on board. In Las Bambas, we have set up governance layers, transformation layers, and 2 inferior layers, which are based on our staff. So they are the ones that raise the problems that have to be solved through technology and with the support of the top managers, they become the key tools in order to reduce costs and reduce risks, the risks we are subject to. Thank you very much, Clever. I believe that this gives us a big picture about how a customer that has adopted this technology has a vision that is based on the very same transformation of the process. How do we do things from a technology perspective? How do we do it in Telefónica in order to support all this transformation? So for us, transformation is based on there's a strategic vision. We're going to tell you about some examples. Mining is based on several processes, and some are more easy to transform through technology than others. Yet, some of the concepts we're going to be working on has to do with real time transformation. Now, the integration of sensors, communications that we can promote through private networks, the integration of analytical capacities is key. Now, let me give you some examples such as central monitoring devices. All the production system is centralized in centers which are probably far from where the exploitation is, where the plant is, and all this information has to be managed in order to boost the decision-making process. And of course, we integrate well. This is one of the areas where technology is being used, and predictive knowledge, and the fact that we can set up predictive mechanisms into services which are very expensive, and a stop down in the process costs millions. And of course we need to make sure that it has a lower impact in production, and this means sensorizing critical infrastructure. Imagine trucks. Trucks are very heavy trucks with a significant value in the market, so each wheel that has to be maintained, operational costs around, well, thousands of euros, even hundreds of thousands of euros, and this means that we need to have them operational for quite a long time. So these transportation lines, of course, they need to be managed in an extended manner. And then there's another example, which is, well, mines are very extensive, right? And we need to make sure that we can control all the assets. We need to bear in mind that we're not speaking about 4 little machines. We're speaking about mobile equipment that need to move around through very large areas, in very complex areas. Then there's the quality of the materials to ensure that the mixture of materials is sound. And then we need to optimize the loads to make sure that the optimization of the transport is top. Let me give you a few examples for you to understand why certain elements in the area of optimization are relevant. We like speaking about remote drillers, which, well, you know, the fact that a driller is the machine that inserts explosives, and then, well, as you can imagine, this process entails a significant period of time. So only by reducing 1 hour the process, we optimize the process significantly in the optimization of the extraction process, because things happen remotely. And they only have to move the machine here and there, and the explosion can take place without the person having to be in a safe place or in a safe environment. Then there's another element, which is safety. Of of course, we need to make sure that people are far from risky areas. Then there is another example in the mining sector, which is risk management and there are two forms of mobile equipment. We have the heavy assets that somehow are in charge of materials transfer, and then there are small trucks, small vans that transport humans, profiles, etc. So all this is very important, producing the efficient route, making sure that the load gets to the point of delivery in an optimized manner. Well, of course, for this, we need to manage the use of oil, right? And they consume a great deal of petrol. So speed control is very important. You will say, well, perhaps it's not that important, but yeah, it is. Because if I run 10 or 20 miles an hour faster, we will kill the wheel in a shorter period of time. And of course, this, entails a risk in the area of security. We're not speaking about and then the appearance of autonomous trucks where there are with no driver. And you'll be thinking, is this possible? Yeah, it is. And it's thanks to the use of these networks that allow us to have a rapid response. I have attended some visits. I have been visiting the mines and I've seen driverless trucks, which is quite striking. But this really justifies the digital transformation because this allows you to deploy all this technology around optimization processes, loading processes, etc. So now we are discussing about a technological framework that I will try to summarize briefly. Basically, there are several components that we bundle in order to help our customers transform mining. The first element has to do with devices and communications. Our core business is very simple. We can help the transformation process. So communications, which are very much needed to integrate the complexity of these devices, such as autonomous trucks, needs to be clearly ensured. This has to work. It needs to be ensured. Additional technologies, 5G, future 5G, or integration with different Wi-Fi integration mechanisms is very important. In the following blog, we'll see what has to do with the necessary computation to obtain millions of data items coming from sensorics. And here we enter with edge technology. It is very important to have an optimal processing in order to take real-time decisions. It is also important to underline that we're speaking about very complex environments for cloud solutions. Now, if we jump into different components, we have added value services, which are part of what we put technology to work in parallel with the business. I've told you a little bit about different use cases. One is used or related to automation services which can be fully automated. I've given you examples such as the remote drillers or the driverless trucks. Then there's the digitalization of operations, which can be improved and optimized thanks to AI and analytics. And not to speak about simulations and optimizations, digital twin. And then the mobilization of infrastructure, how so all these solutions can be produced independently, but Some cross solutions that integrate the operation and the integration with a relevant service level. And then there's another key element in the digital world, which is that if we speak about digital components, cybersecurity is key, and I believe that Jorge will give us a masterclass about why cybersecurity is so important, and then emergent elements, new technologies that are appearing and that are being integrated in these technological frameworks, such as blockchain, to ensure the traceability, to ensure the supply chain custody, etc. So this gives us a big picture about our capabilities and about how we can work together to ensure all this. Let me go back to the previous element. Cybersecurity is very important. As it has been said before, cybersecurity is a core element, otherwise our business is in danger. And I believe Jorge will tell us a little bit more about the importance of cybersecurity. Thank you very much, Andres. Yeah, so when we have seen the previous model with different service verticals, one where Telefónica Group focuses on the B2B, etc. I'm going to put the focus on cybersecurity. And why cybersecurity? Well, mainly because in this sector we've seen how in the last months of the pandemic there have been a significant impact in this area. And this represents for the service, as we said before, when we stop a service, we lose money. And this is what mining nor any other sector can accept. Telefónica Group has designed a model which is an MSCP, an intelligent and a smart SMCP. And we have an architecture, as you can see here, based on the framework INIST, and we have several modules here, such as managed security and advanced services, such as detection and response, analysis, and the BRM, the vulnerability risk management. Now, why all this range? Well, because this range has to do with something which is important in mining, as Andres mentioned, IoT and OT networks, which are quite abundant in the mining sector, but also in what has to do with endpoints in the network per se, information, data, be it on-premise or on cloud in several devices, and identity management. And here what really matters is that Telefónica has a bunch of professionals whom are specialized in different options. And then we have a consultancy stage, not in a big band or from one day to the next, but rather in a progressive manner. And all this helps us orchestrating and automating all these processes and producing this continuous cycle. We want our customers to operate in a safe environment, and for this we correlate the IT devices or the OT devices. We want to understand the patterns, we want to automate responses against such alerts, and we want to also want to avoid an escalation and having to stop down the plant or the service. Now, experience. We have a great deal of experience. In some areas, as you can see, we have several customers. So here experience matters, but this is not an isolated experience. The experiences includes the best of each point where we work, as I will show you now. So what's behind the framework? What's behind all these good practices and processes? So first and foremost, Telefónica has all these digital services, IoT, big data, cloud, from a single global talk with a global presence, diversified in 24 data centers at the global level, and this means that we have the capability of attending our customers 24/7 with specialists with the necessary skills independently on the geography with the same standardized processes, with the same standardized tools to put them at the disposal of our customers whenever it's necessary. And we also have the concept of innovation focused on 7 labs with which we operate in several countries with the support of the operations that we have in more than 5.5 million B2B customers in more than 170 countries. So what really supports us is a solid network of partners for all the solutions that we provide, and this network allows us to enhance our staff. And all this can be seen in the growth, in the interannual growth that we are experiencing, more than 25%. And the most important asset today in Telefónica is the team that composes the company, with more than 3,000 professionals from 20 nationalities, with more than 3,000 certificates that work on a daily basis to improve our skills and to support customers. And without further ado, I would like to ratify the aim that Telefónica has in the mining sector, in a sector that is growing significantly. We want to transform the system, and we want to only have to see us as a partner for the search of new solutions. Thank you.